big announcement and a big introduction. Is that correct?
Well, do you know who's next, actually?
Oh, I wonder who. Maybe it's the general manager for FinOps.
Exactly. And guess where he comes from? And what language he speaks? Well, of course, it's my native language. Our next speaker who is doing the keynote is Georg Glanschnick, and I think the surname is the most difficult part, even for me as a local speaker. He's the head of, or the general manager for the finance global human resource parts in Dynamics 365. So it's a great honor having him here in our event. And Russ, do you know what is also very nice?
Tell us.
Well, Georg does not only know Dynamics, and he's not only the general manager of Dynamics, but he has also a large experience in the industry for more than 20 years, and he's familiar with our biggest competitor. So he knows all the details, and he's the best person, I guess, who can lift Dynamics 365 to new heights and bring us really forward. So with that one, I would like to stop talking. I would like to ask all of the participants to mute their microphones and would like to hand it over to Georg to take it over from here.
Hey, thanks a lot. I hope the audio quality is good. Can you hear me okay?
Excellent, yeah.
Excellent, that's perfect. Thanks for the very kind introduction. I think this was the thunderstorm of the whole presentation. And yeah, my last name, that's I always call it, that's an ice maker, not an icebreaker. Specifically in America, very complicated. As I'm from Austria, so this Glanschnick basically is very typical for South Austria. Also, thanks for giving me the opportunity to present today. And let me try to share my screen. And if you maybe can confirm that you can see, it would be great.
Yes, I can see that. Yep.
Oh, perfect. So I want to start, with this slide and really say a big thank you. I would say it's the best slide of my entire presentation. I mean, just the sheer numbers of 2.3 million active users, 750 plus user groups, and just a couple of the pictures of the real people, the faces of this community, and from our super users and influencers. So it's really an amazing thing you guys have created. And of course, without you, basically this whole event would not even take place. So I think sustainable success, in my opinion, is really based on a strong community. And thanks for the passion and the trust to make this community, I think, a place for millions of users, and they want to be there, they want to find the answers, they want to learn, they want to engage, and they want to connect. So that's a really big thing, and I just wanted to maybe use one slide with numbers, because I think the sheer impact we are driving is also pretty amazing. So if you look at the momentum this community is driving, and I think it has also created momentum at Microsoft and motivated Microsoft to go public with the Dynamics business results. And that's the first time ever that with fiscal year 21, basically the Microsoft announced numbers around Dynamics, and I think the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, from revenue, from customers, from the growth rates. So I think that's pretty huge, because it's not only the results itself, but I think also the willingness to be in the spotlight and the continuous effort. Also Microsoft as a large organization basically is putting on this business and then on this success. And I think the continued success, of course, depends that we go hand in hand in a partnership together, so with the community and with our product aspirations, to make sure that this will continue in the future. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at the results announced this week from the fiscal year Q2, and Dynamics again nicely grow by about 40%. And if you take this as an aspiration, as if the community would grow in the same speed as the business is growing, I would expect maybe next year at the same time at this event there should be 3 to 4 million active users. And yeah, in the intro you guys mentioned our friends in Germany, in Waldorf. They also announced the numbers today, but as you maybe saw, they were very different. So it's a really heartfelt thank you from my side. Those are amazing things you guys have created, and I would now propose let's go into the content. So I wanted to maybe open with a thought, maybe I always call it a little bit the bigger picture of the changes we have seen in the last, about 20 plus years in ERP. And I think, we have seen, so basically 2 major shifts in software paradigms. So if you think about the late 90s, when enterprise resource planning as an ERP basically became on vogue, software was basically all around processes. So it was built on a paradigm to map processes of an organization into software, and then try to train people as long as it takes, that they're able to use it. So these process-centric solutions. So this was a little bit the age, of the leveling at the super user, the power users. Not many people were basically able to use it since it was pretty complicated. And then, as more and more people started to increase the utilization of these ERP systems and they, boost productivity, the focus shifted from, creating this, what I call the first thing, process-driven software to more user-centric software. And I think this was leading to another paradigm shift in software, how you build applications. How do we move from process to user-centric? So more attention was put about the design of the software, having the end user in mind, not the process in mind. And so this was also, of course, the age of early internet, mobile applications, fighting for market dominance. So, we have seen this shift from process-centric to user-centric, and I think we are now again in a new era, also the third shift, and see, I would say, another massive disruption, and it's all about software which is built around data, and I call it now the data-centric. So we are moving from process-centric to user-centric, and I think now we are in the area of data-centric. And I would like to explain today a little bit, what data-centric means and how the Microsoft Cloud provides, the stack to deliver on this new area, and then go into a concrete example, how basically this is shaping also the future of finance. So with that, I think a lot was already said. Just want to introduce myself briefly, as I have been 25 years in the ERP CRM platform space, delivers the first machine learning driven processes in sales and customer service. So this was pretty exciting to apply, AI machine learning into enterprise processes, and spend most of the time in Germany and California, I guess, as you can hear from my accent, and moved then to Seattle when I joined Microsoft and leading the engineering teams and product teams for finance, project operations, human resources, and the globalization portfolio. So, but let's talk about data. So if you want to paint basically, the picture of your business, it's basically data. So up until now, if a business was leveraging data, that meant data that supports, for example, a single slice of a function, like a sales team could use sales-related data to improve strategies, for converting leads into customers. But basically, what you're missing out then is the whole interconnectedness across your business. So if you basically would imagine if you could track, factual data like, zip codes for areas that are reopening, if staying in the pandemic scenario, or so that the operations team basically know when and where to reopen, and combine this with observational data from, sensors, could be sensors inside your stores, and show how many people are actually shopping, so that your HR department knows, how much stuff basically they have to bring, and commerce teams basically know, what's the inventory and how much do you need where. So everyone can, observe finance data for revenue spikes, to see where spending is back to normal and not, or like fraud teams can observe all these insights and prepare for in-store fraud, and marketing teams can tailor messages across social media, respond to behavioral data that expresses how people are responding to new store merchandising. So basically, if you can link the entire organization with data, and that's basically what can really drive growth. I know it sounds like something which is very difficult to achieve, but I think this is now possible. And basically possible, I wanted to also explain what this means and what you basically need to deliver on this, what I call data-centric applications. And, Microsoft has worked, with customers and partners to basically redefine this paradigm shift to data-first applications and provided all these building blocks in what they basically call the Microsoft Cloud. So, you will always have I call it the benefit of our biggest bets, So these are the apps are part of a strategy and our growth story. So, we have invested in building Azure over decades, so our customers can quickly unlock the benefits of the cloud. So the entire infrastructure basically you need to run a digital business is basically there. And also, and I think I'm not now over exaggerating, but the billions of dollars Microsoft has spent in artificial intelligence, machine learning, mixed virtual realities, all these benefits of that will basically end up in the technology, we can use every day. And, these breakthroughs basically will make it into everybody's hands. And as an additional one, of course, there's then all this set of applications like, the whole Dynamics 365 family. They were built to live alongside with customer engagements, with apps from business insights. So this whole entire folio, powered with the innovations we have, the research, and of course, always the backbone is the infrastructure. And then, of course, a very important addition is, of course, all these apps are powered by the Power Platform. That's where basically, the whole data modeling takes place, the business intelligence takes place. So that's basically where you can build your custom apps, your automated processes. And then, last but for sure not least, of course, everything is tied together with the productivity and collaboration tools, because all these processes are, they're not stopping in departments. People have to work together, collaborate to basically get things done. So you heard, basically about data first or data-centric approach, and this, of course, goes for the entire ecosystem, what I just shared. So, and in addition to that, the way we have built these tools are, completely agile and extensible. So, I always say that, we can do basically the last mile in the same environment and really then tailor it to customer needs. So let's apply this now to this bigger vision into the space of finance. And this is not just one example, and of course, finance is dear to my heart, but it applies to sales, to service, or to marketing, to supply chain. Just wanted to use finance as one example. How does this, what I explained, data first, the whole Microsoft Cloud stack, how does this basically shape the future of finance? So in this, in this many meetings, I'm able to, connect with customers, with the community, and always try to understand what is so top of mind of a CFO, of a finance leader, and just wanted to, share a little bit the thoughts, I have collected, which then, of course, is also shaping a little bit what we are trying to do in finance. So, one thing is there's new business model out there, there's new revenue models, anything is a service, usage, consumption-based models, etc. And the question is, am I really taking advantage and transforming my business? Also big things CFOs are thinking about. Or another one is, moving from data silos to integrated insights. I need to make decisions in near real time. Am I divesting in the right products and services? Can I effectively guide my CEO where to invest or where to divest? Also, do I have all these data-driven insights to make these decisions? Or, another one is, am I protecting the business against internal, external fraud, and am I exposed to compliance liabilities? Of course, specifically in finance, a big risk right now. And then just another one, am I able to really fully embrace these new technologies? How do I lay the foundation to extract the value from artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, blockchain, and how can these new technologies basically help me to reduce workload, which would then, of course, allow finance departments to become more strategic. So it's just a couple of things, so finance departments, CFO, finance leaders are basically thinking about and really try to find solutions out there. And, taking this business point of view and all these exponential improvements in technology, I think this is very nicely painting the future of finance. And just wanted to give you a little bit the view from the Microsoft side as how do we see finance will be shaped in the future, and again based on the technology I explained, based on so the thought processes finance leader have. Also in finance, the function is really shifting away from what we call transactional employees completing tasks to more like strategic partnering, aiming to add value across the organization. Also for people who are familiar with finance, as finance is a very transactional oriented process where you key in data into the system. But of course, there's a huge opportunity out there to really automate these things and then give time to do more the strategic, forward-looking things. And so as they basically tackle finance challenges, of course, then these whole roles and responsibilities are shifting and how they measure success. So finance, I think, will have a bigger stake in decision making throughout the whole enterprise. So CFOs becoming more and more influential in decision making. And so what does this basically now mean? And just give you a couple of examples in the context of finance solutions. So, for example, the first one, as data, is searching. Finance is moving away from strategic and backward-looking reporting to basically drive perspective, insights, and acting upon from anywhere. There's processing large structured, unstructured amount of data. We have the common data models, governance, and basically you have access, from anywhere and everywhere to your data. Another thing how the future will look like is financial transactions. They will be generated and almost like touchless. So exceptions are basically then solved with notifications, user collaboration with internal, external partners. So again, there's this collaboration aspect. So and there's also new ways how you interact with systems, like chatbots, natural language queries, just asking what is the credit balance for XYZ, or show me the profit margin by product year over year starting from 2010. So I think it will be much easier to access software to get the information out of the software. And finance almost becomes real time. Maybe if you remember a couple of years ago, you close your books maybe once a year, then it goes once a quarter. Most of the company are doing it now already, monthly, and other ones are wanting to go to what they call real-time close. They always want to understand where the business basically is. Another aspect, as finance partners, across the whole organizations, are responsible to establish these new business models, as we talked before, with subscription economy. So basically, they're moving beyond all these legacy systems out there, which are maybe not in the same shape like these modern solutions, which are data-centric. So they're using, tools like robotic process automation, to basically stitch them together and create these new business models. And then, of course, finance, I think we rely really heavily on process automation. So if process automation has a potential, I would say the biggest one is in finance, since there is so much transactions and so many manual processes, and everything which is manual at the end is error prone and inefficient. So I think there's a huge potential to do something there. And last but not least, just wanted to highlight one more. As I think there's a whole maybe notion as I call it like finance as a service, which becomes kind of an operational model for an enterprise. So away from finance as a silo, as I normally hey, there's this finance department, and then they do their stuff, the number crunching, more like an openness to support new service delivery models, openness to serve, integrate with partner solutions, automation services, robots. Is kind of a synthesis of technology basically and people inside but also outside the organization, because all these areas are getting more and more specific. So with that, so just want to come a little bit, from how we see the future of finance with the technology disruptions. So how does this basically now shape a little bit, our thinking? So let's get a little bit more concrete into finance. And here I just wanted to summarize it. And if I put it like in a nutshell, like headlines. Also, how can we help customers to automate transactions, and then intelligently basically only route exceptions, to finance business users so they basically can resolve it in collaboration ways. How can we basically provide data-driven insights, to plan, to forecast, to simulate, and you see a little bit along, the planning horizon. So what we have basically planned there. So if I just briefly go over the slide, as you see here, the bigger buckets here in the black area. So this is basically what I outlined. Also, we're doing a lot basically in how can we help to generate these data-driven insights. How can we basically deliver tools for the subscription economy. So we're working on the subscription billing suite. How can we get rid of the manual inefficient processes, also the whole process automation framework, and then of course the whole compliance and regulatory updates we're doing. And you see on the top here, so a couple of things we have basically in our pipeline already out there. And I know that I think after my presentation, April Olsen is presenting. Also she will spend, I think, an hour on automation, and hence I wanted to spend a little bit more time on the insights part. Also again, we are trying to help to automate, free up time, and then the question is, what are you doing with this time as a finance department? And that's what I want to focus on a little bit, to give you a little bit of a glimpse. How does this really look then in the product? So if we go again a little bit deeper now into the product, so I wanted to give you one example on making our vision more concrete and show you how it basically looks like in a product. So I wanted to almost talk a little bit about what we call lateral thinking, which basically means that there's so much innovation out there which happened in the last 10, 15 years, if it's artificial intelligence, if it's big data, cloud, access from anywhere. And lateral thinking basically means I don't think we have to now again invent something completely new. It's really more like, how do we now take all these components, these innovations, and bring them into, for example, in my case, finance. As I said, you can apply this to other things. So it's really more like, how do you now really leverage all these technologies out there and really shape the future of these business processes? So we want to basically, deploy these disruptive technologies in our application and make the benefit accessible to everyone. So you don't have to be now a data scientist, to be part of the future of finance. And that's what I wanted to highlight a little bit here, just to set the stage. Also, we call it like democratization of AI in the context of finance. As it's really, and I will show it then to you, it should be really simple to, again, deploy these machine learning models based on the data you have in your system. Then, of course, you want to consume these insights we are generating in your user interface. And in case, you are not happy with the accuracy or you have additional data, you basically want very easily extend these models. So I always call it like, our approach is always like an end model. It's not like a no-but model, which basically means, you have, with most of the solution, you can either take it or leave it. This is the insights, the machine learning model, which generates results. If you don't like it, you basically have to start from scratch, take the data out, get maybe a big consulting firm to massage the data, to train the data, to put some insights there. But basically, you're doing this then in parallel to your existing system. So we are saying you get all these insights from us But in addition, if you want to enhance it, you can basically take the same tools, also the Power Platform, the same models, and just enhance them in a very easy way. So I wanted to maybe show you one example. Also, I have prepared for you guys, and it's about payment predictions. So at the end, I always say at the end, cash is king. What this basically means for every company, and for sure now in the unprecedented times we are, maybe the most important question is, when will I get paid? Yeah, so when do I get basically cash that I can do something with it? And we looked at this customer problem, as you can see it here on the slide. So based on these statements, we were thinking, how can we help in finance, with the data we have, and do some predictions around it. Like these problems I've stated here, collection processes are, starting too late. It's a manual process. How do you prioritize which collections you are processing first? If you don't know when you get paid, how do you forecast your cash flow? So how do you then avoid that maybe, I have to take now a short-term loan, which of course at the end has a very high interest rate to pay. So how can you basically make this whole thing, I would call it, more predictable? So let me show it to you. Give me 1 second, just have to get the system on the screen. So I hope you can see my my system, the finance system. So basically, this is not a very exciting screen, but that's basically the whole point of it. If you want to leverage machine learning, data-driven insights, that's all you have to do. You just go into your system, you go into the configuration screen, and you can basically turn on the feature that you would like to leverage these insights. And there's not really much to decide on. Also, if you then want to train the models, of course, you can basically define what very late means in the context of this system, but that's at the end it from an input perspective. Also, the data is in the system already. Of course, we know our data structures. We have the platform, as I explained before, from Azure, from the whole data layer, from Power Platform, all the tools. So basically everything is there. You don't have to worry about it. So the only thing you have to basically do is that you want to now train this model based on your data. Yeah? So what the system basically is now doing, it takes all the historical data on the payments in your system and tries to find, of course, patterns and prediction models, which then will be exposed in the UI. So when the system is then basically ready, it gives you a certain accuracy. That's what I meant before. Of course, the accuracy depends a little bit on the data you have in your system. I would say normally the more data you have, the longer time periods you have, the better the models. So therefore, this may be something difficult if you would just start after 1 week of having data in your system. These models might not be very accurate. And then basically with this information, I want to show you now what does it now mean from an end user perspective. So this is our customer credit and collection screen, and wanted to get your attention on these two additional tiles here. So there is one where it says 6 customers predicted to pay late, and then there's another one which says 558 transactions predicted to be late. And I wanted to focus on this one to explain you the predictions you basically get out of the box in the system. So if you then go into the transaction review of this, you can then see the transactions and the probability we're talking about of the payment. And then on the right side here, I think, which is still very important, we give you also the insights, and we try to explain why these predictions are as they are. Also, I still think there's a certain hesitancy, in accepting out-of-the-box predictions. It's a little bit like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, or maybe even 20 years ago, I don't even know exactly. But in the first times of navigation systems in the car, you saw people using the navigation system, but there was still somebody looking at the map, because I'm not sure if I really trust this system yet. Yeah? But I would say right now, nobody's doubting the proposed routes of a navigation system. And I think we're also a little bit in the beginning of this machine learning driven insights that people still want to know, why is it as it is. So therefore you can see, also here's the prediction for this transaction, what the probabilities are for the payment. You can see then the factors which are most heavily impacting these predictions. Then we also have a lot of insights for this customer, so you don't have to now jump back and forth, to make decisions. You see the open invoices, late invoices, cases, activities, late payments. We also have information about the credit limits. You have in addition, and then there's also a nice summary of the whole customer history. So this should normally give the collection agents all the information you need to make your decisions. And we're also working basically on additional ideas how we can make this whole collection process much more automated. And what I mean is, it's a little bit like what we're doing in marketing. In marketing, we have the same machine learning algorithms. How do you, at the end, convince somebody to buy a product? Yeah. So what is the best way to engage with people? Is it, social media? Is it email campaigning? So there's a lot of these kind of patterns you can use from the past, and at the end, collection is the same thing. How do I convince somebody to pay me? So this whole idea of how do you use these patterns of, okay, if this customer is normally always late, so I don't have to bother them and call them 10 times and then upset them, or these customers normally don't react on emails, they just react on phone calls. So all these collection strategies, the system could also automatically generate. And then last but not least, what I wanted to show when we talked about the extend model. So now if you basically go into the Power App, you basically just see, these are I call it the data features, as it's called in machine learning, which are feeding the machine learning model. And again, here you could then just select maybe additional fields, because in the context of a business, they're more important. Or it could also be external data, and then just, retrain the model. And again, what you see, you would have the same screens. You don't have to worry about the user interface. You just retrain it and can consume basically the same predictions and base the decision on. So this is what I wanted to show you in the context of the payment predictions. And just to summarize what I wanted to try to do, as it's a little bit, I wanted to take you on a journey. So the first one was, I think there's a new software paradigm we're entering. I call it data-centric, as we're moving from process-centric to user-centric and now to data-centric. The Microsoft Cloud delivers, the full stack you need to build and deliver these data-first applications. I call it a little bit, the iOS for enterprise applications. It's a real end-to-end full stack, which creates a lot of trust, specifically in finance, because you're in full control from the infrastructure level to the data level to the modeling layer to the application layer. And these data applications, data-first applications, they're built by Microsoft, they're built by our partners and our customers. And as a last stop, wanted to apply this thinking to, shape a little bit the future of finance. And if you are thinking about, hey, finance sounds interesting, we have also a great community out there. So if you think, future finance, pretty cool, then please join, and we can continue the conversation. And thanks for spending time with me today. And I think we have time for some questions in case there are some. So I would hand it back, I don't know to whom, but to the moderator maybe, to see how we can do the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Georg. Yes, definitely. There are questions. In fact, some of the MVPs have questions as well. So I think first up is Dr. Ludwig.
Yeah. Hey, Russ. Yeah. Thank you. I actually have a question for Georg. Yeah. Georg, if I put myself a couple of years back, when I finished my what we call, I think in Austria you call it Matura or A levels.
Matura, yeah, no, that's correct. It's Matura.
Yeah. I mean, before you study, yeah, if you put yourself into this situation, what would you recommend a student to look out for? What subject would you study if you see all this cloud, this BI, this artificial intelligence? What would be your recommendation?
It's a very good question, and we had a conversation just last week about it. And again, I'm not saying that I have planned it, yeah, but from my background, I always try to go basically broad, but also at least deep to a certain kind of level. Yeah. So I started informatic, then in addition, started electronics because I always want to understand, how you program a computer, but also how do you build a computer. So I wanted to avoid these kind of situations where, I know software, but if the computer is not plugged into the power supply, I have to call somebody. And then at the end, I thought, hey, I want to understand how do you make money. So then I did an MBA, and at least when I was in this age, the whole mobile thing was taking off. So I also did an additional academic degree in what they call telecommunication networks and network protocols. This was the whole way, how do these networks communicate? And then again, this long life learning, I took it also serious as of when I was in California 4 years ago. I did a degree on data science and machine learning. So what I'm trying to say is I still believe that learning the broad spectrum of capabilities, I guess, maybe sets you up the best for the future, because I think there's two things. The one is you have to understand the context, how all these things are playing together. So at least you have to understand the concept. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make these cross correlations. Yeah? And I think that the fields itself are so specialized that at the end you cannot do it alone anyway. Yeah? So it's always something where you have to then bring experts together to then maybe really do data scientists, really deep in the details, or on a technology stack. So also my recommendation is always, specifically when you're young, explore the fields, learn as much as you can from these new technologies, the new business models. And then, at the end, I think the magic is when you start applying the things and do these cross-references. Also, that's at least my recommendation. And the future will tell, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And I think next up, it's Sahib. Hello there, Sahib.
Maybe on mute.
Question? Okay. Oh, hello.
I'm good. Unfortunately, I was signed out. I signed back in.
And so your question for Georg?
No, I'm okay. That was pretty good session. Quite informative.
Thank you.
Excellent. And there is a question, actually. I have a question, and it's a bit linked to. It is a bit linked to Dr. Ludwig's question. It's actually linked more to, as a community, where our efforts should be focused. So my question really to yourself really is, what would you expect from the community to help bring better awareness around this product? As you know, the community is all about sharing knowledge and addressing gaps. That's our main focus. So, for example, one of the things that I've been personally involved in is building open source utilities for Dynamics, and a lot of the community out there build these tools and utilities to close the gap. But my question is, are there any opportunities, or is there anything that we should be doing more to help facilitate the growth of the finance community?
So I think, as I said at the beginning, I'm a strong believer that the community is the backbone of getting the message out, getting the success, and making it happen. Because in these days, there is no company basically who can scale, in this speed to make it happen. Yeah? So I think the community is really the basis of making sure that people are aware, that people know how to do it, and maybe can also lean in to understand, what to do. Also the one thing is, of course, how do we get, when I say we, Microsoft, how do we get the information out? So I think hopefully these sessions are helpful. Of course, this is maybe a little bit one way, but at least I'm getting the things out, and at least I'm then also engaged in other sessions where we can do this Ask Me Anything sessions. But how do we get also the feedback into our engineering departments and product departments to also make sure that this knowledge which sits in a community also helps us to do the right things. I think that's from my perspective the most important thing, because at the end it's, I guess, always a little bit difficult. I don't know what I don't know. This maybe is the biggest problem right now in this era, that there's so much know-how out there. So I would say there's maybe an answer for every question, but if you don't find it, I think that's the biggest challenge. So if we can continue this intensified and also make sure that we have this closed loop of, of course, you are telling us how to get the knowledge out, but then we're also making sure that how do we get, this massive knowledge the community has back into, at the end, an engineering team or a product management team who then decides what to do. I think this is something we, I guess, over time have to learn, as I don't have now the perfect solution. So I would say this is anyway already a very impressive community. So I think you guys are doing everything right. Also, can we learn over time and make it better? I'm sure. Yeah, this is a learning process. But I think how do we stay connected? Do we have the right tools to make this almost like a real-time experience? Also, not like it's not once a year, it's not once a quarter. How do we really basically get real-time feedback on things we are doing, the community is doing? I think that's maybe something we could think about and doing, but it's from my point of view absolutely important. Yeah? So otherwise, other companies really based their success on a community. So that's basically how they grew. Yeah? So it's almost like a new way of doing things. Yeah?
Thank you, Georg. There is another question, and it's definitely again related to the community. One thing we've noticed as a community is there are many professionals from accounting backgrounds that their jobs have been disrupted. They are now becoming consultants versus accountants. They're becoming business application consultants versus accountants, and so we're getting lots of an influence of many professionals who are accountants or from other technologies, such as some of the other financial service applications out there that are showing a massive interest in the Dynamics stack, especially finance and operations and Business Central. My question to you is, and it's a bit linked again to Dr. Ludwig's question, is these professionals, what can we do to really help them to really learn finance a lot quicker, because they're simply transitioning from their accounting backgrounds and they're starting to deliver a lot more value by becoming business application consultants versus just traditional accountants. Could you share some feedback on your insight about this?
No, it's a great question. It's a little bit, when I think I had it at one of the thoughts of CFOs, things they really have to think about is, how do I, of course, have the right skills, but how do I also help my staff to move from where they are to where they should be? And there is a shift in know-how needed in this, let's call it, future of finance. And I think there's two things. Of course, the one thing is you are changing sites and going into, as you said, more the consulting point of view. But I would say the source of everything is that specifically now in COVID, the whole automation for transactional processes will just accelerate. So that's my opinion. I don't think there is a way back, because nobody wants to depend on manual processes where people have to do things if you don't know what the next big thing is. So this whole automation which was maybe a big task of accountants is, how do I get all these invoices, all this information into data so that at the end, I can run my balance sheet or my P&L. But I don't think this really is necessary more, because you can really automate this stuff. And at the end, of course, there will always be things you have to consider. There will be exceptions. Maybe things are wrong or missing, or it's then more complex in how to reconcile. So you will just work on these exceptions. And at the end, the knowledge I think accountants within a company should build up is, of course, how do you use these new tools as I showed. Of course, we make them very easy, but it's more focused on, I don't want to report and key in data for the past. I want to basically help to shape the future. It's really more like, how do I, of course, you have to understand finance. There's no way of saying I don't understand finance, as you have to understand finance. But the things you're doing is more like, how do you plan? How do you simulate? How do you work with business units out there and do it together to understand what's the business impact? What are these business models? How do they impact finance? So I think there's a much more, I still would call it interesting space where you apply finance. And again, this is a little bit to the beginning, finance and other knowledge things you have to have. You have maybe to talk with supply chain specialists. You have to maybe talk with sales guys who understand how these business models will impact customer behavior. As all these cross things in collaboration, I think that's the interesting space where you are. And of course, the same thing applies if you do this maybe as a consultant, as you're saying, hey, I understand finance. I also understand how these new technologies will disrupt finance and help customers to make this move. And I think I also mentioned it. I think also in finance, it will be a finance department, but you will together then work with outside consultants. I don't think you will have all this knowledge inside your company. Maybe if you're a very large corporation, yes. But I think also in finance now, since they're very specialized fields, as if you just take topics like Brexit or all these things, it's very difficult to understand what China says, hey, my data has to stay in there, and Russia has their own definitions. There's so many specialized fields where I think you then again have to collaborate and solve this together. And again, you need the platforms for this, you need the systems, you need the compliance models on top so that this doesn't go wrong. So I think that's again Microsoft is delivering, but then on top everything, I think the business know-how and these collaboration models, I would say these are the future of finance people, of finance leaders, to figure this out together.
Thank you, Georg. I think we've only got time for this. Sahib, did you have a question?
Yes, I got a question. This was a great session again. But my question is, because I worked with some of the projects which were on-prem as well, not just with the cloud. So it's just an honest feedback or something. I understand that the same technology and everything like machine learning and everything cannot be applied with the projects of on-prem. But what I have observed over the months or years that we do not get so much into the projects of on-prem as we get into the cloud. So what's the prospect of Microsoft? What's the thoughts of Microsoft for the future of on-prem? Will this be removed altogether, or will support be there?
I think it's a very good question, and the things I outlined. Unfortunately, they're only possible because there is a cloud. So there is a delivery model of doing updates almost continuously in the system. So we are running all in the cloud. At least we're all sharing the same, code base. So all these innovations are much faster now than in the on-premise times. And again, if you train a model, the training of a machine learning model is very resource intensive. So in an on-premise model, you don't want to have this huge machine and then you train it, and then at the end, when you just use it, you need the 1% of the capacity. So basically, the whole benefits of infrastructure as a service are just making it possible so that everybody can consume it. So of course, our hope is that the value proposition of the cloud is so strong that on-premise customers, I think they are in a process, or they will be in a process of thinking, there is a point in time where I have to move from on-premise to the cloud. I mean, of course, this will take years. And I would say the compromise, at least what I have seen, is that customers maybe say, I still keep my on-premise systems maybe in certain countries, but at least I start with one cloud system. If it's now, for example, finance or supply chain, if I at least want to get visibility across all my systems, and use this as a kind of a consolidation system. Also, we also have, I don't know if you saw it maybe on the slide, we're also thinking about the concept, what we call like an accounting hub. So you could then bring the data from your on-premise systems, from your cloud systems together. So at least we're bringing the data together. And at the end, if you have the data, you can then again apply all these things I just showed to you, if it's prediction models. But it would be like a two-stage process, maybe saying, yes, the transition from on-premise to the cloud will take years. But I think everybody has to go there. And, in CRM, this started 10 years ago. HR maybe 5 years ago, but now I think ERP is also on a massive shift into the cloud. So if you want to stay competitive as a company, I think that's what you have to do. And in this transition, I would say there is a possibility to say, use these new technologies in a cloud model, and then bring the data in from on-premise models. And of course, over time, hopefully you can switch off the on-premise systems, and you will be then in a cloud-only environment. So that's a little bit how I would see it.
One thing more which comes to my mind, you see this another software which is growing very fast, Business Central, and now if you see, it has got a lot of features. It has got production, it has got finance. It's not as big as AX or Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, but do you think at any point it will become as larger as AX?
Also, I mean, Business Central just addresses a different segment. So Dynamics is not now addressing I call it now the mom and pop shops, where you have whatever, a couple of users, and you're doing the end-to-end processes in a very standardized way. I mean, if you are running a very small business, you're not worried about how do you differentiate in your supply chain or in your finance processes. So you want to have it out of the box, you want to have it easy, you want to just use it, and maybe even outsource it. Say, hey, why do I have to run it if somebody can do finance for me? And there's limitations to it. So I think there is a hard line. Of course, I mean, the hard line is maybe a little bit blurry, but there's a hard line of where Business Central makes sense. And then when you get more complex, if you start to be, international, more subsidiaries, more tailored processes, then, the Dynamics portfolio is basically the right solution. But of course, Dynamics is then at the end also too expensive for very small mom and pop shops. So therefore, these are two offerings which will stay there, and they have their different purpose. And of course, I mean, there's integration scenarios. Maybe you have some small subsidiaries who are running on Business Central, and then corporate runs on Dynamics. But at the end, I think the segment they're addressing are very different.
Thank you, Georg. There's one final question. Do you have time for one final question?
I do.
Okay, so Andreas has a question. So Andreas, I'm going to unmute you. Please feel free to ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. This is Andreas from Munich. And hello, Georg. Georg, there's a lot of noise around the term of process mining in ERP industry. I saw the RISE announcement from SAP and was thrilled about the announcement of Signavio. And so, just a month ago, you also mentioned process mining in the last announcement. So I'm very keen to know if there's anything to share, how maybe you may intend to bring the process mining capabilities, or by yourself or by partnering with somebody, to the Dynamics world.
Oh, thank you. Great question. Also my personal interest I'm working on. Also I think the whole process mining, task mining, I think that's a huge opportunity, and specifically again in the context of finance, because there's so many processes and supply chain and maybe also customer service. What we have started from Microsoft perspective is also we are working with Celonis. I mean, I guess you know them in Munich, the German unicorn. Also they have basically built their success on process mining over the last 10 years, and they're a big player out there. Yeah? So that's also one model we have. I don't know if you maybe saw it. I was on the Zelonosphere event where we showed a couple of scenarios how Celonis and Microsoft Dynamics basically integrate, and you can do this process analysis, and that's a very compelling case. And again, specifically, if you go back to the on-premise conversation, so what we are using it for is to show on-premise customers, these are your existing processes. If you understand the deficiencies in your processes, the money you're losing, and you move to the cloud and have the capabilities to change that, it's almost like a self-funding move. That's a little bit the marketing message. By just understanding, hey, these are your processes, this is basically the money you're losing, this is how you can change it. And what we are basically working on with Celonis is how can you make this a real-time thing. So right now this process analysis is like, you take the data out, you analyze your processes, again, you pay a lot of money for very smart consultants to tell them what to do, and then you bring it into your system. But this is almost like maybe it's a year cycle for complex companies. So what we are basically working is, so how do you take real-time insights of whatever your sales, outstanding recommendations in the systems, what you have to change, directly bring the system and start a continuous loop again against benchmarks, and just again bring exceptions, to your attention. Whatever your cash flow is going down because of this and these things. So that's a little bit the vision. And so there's so many players in this field. As we have also other partners, but I would say in the large enterprise, Celonis is a big one. But Microsoft itself, of course, we have the tools also to do that. And Microsoft right now is focused on task mining, which I think is an interesting piece too, because on the one side, process mining means I can tell in the system, how your ordering process works. But you don't really know why does it take the person to enter something into the system 2 days. So basically what Microsoft right now is focusing on is task mining. And task mining basically, as we're using the tools like robotic process automation, is we're trying to understand what is the end user doing basically in the system, and is it sending 20 emails back and forth because they don't get the information. That's the reason why it takes 2 days. And if you combine in process mining and task mining, I think you get a really full picture. But at least what I can say is that this is a extremely important thing. We are working with the Power Platform on this, and we will deliver more and more things out of the box and part of the system there. And again, this is a huge space where partners will always have then a great play to do industry-specific stuff, ready models and these kind of things. But the core of understanding your processes and tasks, I think that's a very, very interesting piece for the future.
Thank you, Georg. There are some questions left, but obviously we're not going to keep you. We will carry on with them later. We just want to thank you so much for taking your time out. I know you've got a very busy schedule. To spend that time with the community today and give us an idea of what to expect and where we're heading. Thank you once again, Georg, for spending your time with us today.
No, thank you. It was great to be here. And if there's additional questions, and if you can send them to me, I can also try to answer and somehow bring it back to the community if this is an option.
Awesome. That would be really, really good.
Excellent. Then, thank you for the invitation, and I think next is automation anyway, with April, I think, if I remember that.
Yeah, we are here.
Oh, she's already here. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Hello, it's April.
Yes, hello.
Well, thank you, April, for joining us. We're all excited we were looking forward to a session from yourself, April. Everyone, all the MVPs were asking, we need April to do a really great presentation, and here you are. So thank you again. Thank you, Fawad, and thank you, Sonia, and everyone for making this happen. So April, are you able to share your screen?
Yes, I am. Let me just make sure everybody is on. I think we're waiting for one more person. Ryan is on. He'll be a co-presenter and Annette. So let me get the screen share up. Are you able to see it? It says automation has been top of mind.
Yes, we can see that. Yep.
Okay, and in presentation mode, right?
That's presentation mode now. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Are we ready to go, or do we want to wait one more minute?
Wait a minute. I can see your teams.
Okay. Well, so I must have not shared the PowerPoint. I was just making sure Annette was joining here. So let me just to make sure. Power. How is that? That looks better? You still see that okay?
Yeah, looks good on the full screen PowerPoint.
Okay, cool. All right, I was just pinging Annette, Ryan. So maybe while I cover a few slides, you can kind of figure. Great. All right, well, thanks for having us today. So what we want to talk about today is automation. Automation's been in top of mind for a very long time, and we're really starting to see how impactful it can be. And so today, what we want to cover is myself and Ryan Carlson and Annette, all product managers from the Dynamics 365 finance team, are going to talk to you about finance automation. And we're going to do a variety of slides to share some of the investments that we've done, but we're also going to go ahead and do quite a bit of demo today so you can actually see the investments that are happening. And so you can kind of see how you can take advantage of them and hopefully have some time for Q&A and to provide feedback. So what we're seeing is 40% of transactional accounting work may be automated or eliminated by robots in 2020, by 2020. And that's past, that's last year. And with the pandemic, if you talk to analysts, all the questions that they've even been getting has been around automation, automation, automation. What are they doing? Who's doing it? How are they doing it? And so our team has been heavily investing in this in the last year. And really the goal of automation for us is to automate that happy path, get your users out of doing manual transactions, manual work, so they can spend more time devoting attention to anomalies, things that don't match the happy path. And that has been our goal and our focus. And some of you have maybe even been involved in providing feedback on it. And so that is something we want to thank you for. And we're excited to share the outcomes of that today. So when we think about automation, and this is something we definitely wanted to cover, is there's really different forms of automation. We've got UI automation, so where we're doing RPA, automating different actions on the UI, maybe across different applications. And then we've got digital process automation, doing different approvals and business rules and to manage that aspect. And then we also have an aspect where we bring UI, using artificial intelligence with automation to turn any of those different workflows and rules into structured and unstructured data into actions. So there's really three great ways that Microsoft Dynamics is bringing this to you. And one is today we're going to talk mostly about what we're calling more native finance automation. But thinking about the breadth of our platform, Power Automate is the way that you can also do anything additionally as well if you have things coming in from another internal system, external system, or so on. And so really we feel positioned as an organization to be in the best position to offer automation to you versus any other player out there. So how do we apply it within Dynamics 365 Finance? So again, just for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to call this kind of native finance process automation. And what benefits are you getting from that? So in the last 8 to 9 months, our team has been focused on automating the different areas that you see on the screen. Vendor payments, so thinking about, that's something you do all the time. That is something that can absolutely be automated. You can set up those different schedules and those different rules so that you can pay those vendors and then have those AP clerks work on other aspects of it. GL transfers. vendor invoice posting, and that's going to be something that we spend quite a bit of time demonstrating you today, is all of our investments around vendor invoice automation. And as part of that includes matching, so you're not spending time doing that manual matching. And then kind of moving through that whole cash flow scenario. If you think about that, you've paid vendors, and you've got invoices coming in, you've paid them. Now how about receiving money? And that's where we started to actually automate the entire incoming process around accounts receivable, adding automation around collections tasks and collections emails. We like to refer to them as a collection strategy because you can really get very deep in how you want to set up your different categories and rules to bring those collections in and automate that aspect. I think the really cool thing is if you think about that diagram I just showed you with the AI, that's where we're going next. We've got an intelligent cash flow forecasting solution that's out in private preview. And again, besides being able to predict when things are going to be paid, predict how you want to pay your vendors and how that's going to impact your cash position, it's great to have that insight, but really what we want to do is be able to take action to change that for the better. And that's where we are going to be combining intelligence, so our AI, with some of these things like collections, so that now based on the predictions we're getting from the machine learning, that's also a key player into these collections as well. So we're really taking automation, but also saying, hey, now let's take intelligence as well and drive action from it for the better. And that, I think, is just something that any organization, regardless of their business, would absolutely benefit from. So this is the area that I was referring to, where we're going to have a mix of intelligence and automation. So I've kind of covered those first three about how we're using that intelligence there, but we're also adding a level of intelligence into our invoice automation. So what we will demo today is going to be what is already available out in the market, but then what's next? What's next is, if you follow at all what the Microsoft Azure Cognitive Services team is doing, is they have an OCR solution that is out in preview right now, where you as an organization can take that OCR solution and build your own model that's kind of training on those vendor invoices coming in. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of opportunity for us to utilize that great work that team is doing. And that is something that, we are looking at is, okay, you can do that already today. How can we add even more value to what that team has added? And so that's really where we'll be going next. And you're probably asking, well, how is that intelligent? Well, if you think about it, any solution out there today has a model where you have your invoices coming in. And what if you get something that's different? What if you get a new style of invoice, a new field, something that's not recognized? That is still manual work. That stops the automation process for you. And with cognitive services, they will allow you as an organization to make that change, and then the model retrains. So if you're thinking about it now, we've got intelligence with automation, but continuously training and updating. So we like to say continuous intelligent automation. And it's really where we are going next to bring you all this great value. So as an introduction, I wanted to share where we've been, where we're going, and now we want to actually show you what we have already for you to take advantage of today. So I'm going to hand it over to Ryan. He's going to give you an overview of the process automation experience, and then we will go right into a great demo on invoice automation. So Ryan, I'll hand it over to you. If you want to go ahead and either tell me to click or take over the screen if you're going to be demoing, that would be great.
Sure. We'll start with the next slide. Is kind of a quick look at where we started in the project for some of the automation work. And there's a framework that exists kind of as just a layer around the batch job recurring processes that you can set today in any given batch job that you schedule in D365 today. So some of the problems that people might run into is there's a very wide open ability to do anything you would like here. For example, The green wording at the bottom says fine grained scheduling options. So if I have a process that might take an hour or two or longer, and I can make a recurring pattern to recur every minute, obviously that's a problematic situation to get into. And there's several that would be that situation that we feel should not run more than once a day, perhaps. If it's a long running, I just at the end of the day need to update my cash flow numbers. And similarly, we'll look at a demo with the payment proposal. Each day I just need to run a given set of parameters for payment generation. So if I do click OK on this button, you can click the next button. There's a little animation, the next screen that comes into. If I were to submit this, what I get next is, okay, I scheduled a batch job. Now, where is it? And again, if I'm an AP clerk or similar persona in an industry, they don't really need a reason to go into the batch job inquiry form to say, okay, did it complete? Is it still running? Where is it at? That's a challenge. So our project for automation trying to address both of those basic problems that we identified, and hopefully provides a lot more benefit than just solving those two simple problems. You can go to the next slide, and it does have a screen of what we'll get into a demo next on kind of an administration page for that process automation. So now the key thing that we'll look at in the demo is I can schedule something. We've limited the control down on what the schedule can be a little bit, solving that problem. And then where is that work and when's it going to happen? And that's the right-hand side of the screen has the calendar of kind of a daily list of what's happening for a given week. And you can kind of scroll left or right to get to the different weeks where you can see what's coming for the next week, etc. You can take action from this as well. You can see the view and edit and disable buttons that allow you to actually take, given holiday happens on a Monday, you just say, well, I'm going to disable this one. I don't need anything to run that day. Nobody's in the office. So I can simply just take an action, disable that one instance, and let the rest of them continue running with very little effort. So with that, let me take over control. I will share my screen shortly.
Sounds good.
Give it back. So April or others, just let me know when it shows up.
I can see it.
Okay. So this is that same central administration page that I have running. And so from here, this is typically maybe more of an administration persona that's going to look at this page. And they can see all of the automation. They can kind of see what the schedules are, and they can even create new ones. I won't do this quite yet. But here's the list of all the different automations that I have enabled in this system right now. I've just enabled a handful. There's some other ones as well, but we'll focus on the ones that you saw kind of a couple circles in that this previous slide deck that introduced automation. So there's cash flow automation and then a vendor payment proposal, and we'll take a look at creating a new vendor payment proposal. But what I can see from this screen is maybe I have a daily update of my cash flow numbers. But in addition to that, if anybody's aware of what cash flow allows, there's a second option that says kind of full rebuild. If you're kind of running a total, I think, in that existing batch job that we converted over to this automation. So now I can say, well, just once a week, and I can see on Sunday it's scheduled to run at 10 p.m., just a full rebuild. So this is that rebuild. I can see here I might have every day at the end of the day. These have completed already, so Thursday and Friday, today's run already happened this morning. So this lets you see that. We'll do another look as we kind of focus in on the vendor payment one. Let's go ahead and create another one, because right now I have U.S. payments going to happen every Tuesday and Thursday. I did this just the other day. So it's already completed its Thursday run, and you can drill in. And actually, the results gets you right into the journal. Oh, I think this one I deleted that data. So let's create a new vendor payment for, instead of U.S. payments, we'll just say we're going to create any Euro transactions vendor. Let's create a journal for those on a different scheduled day. So I'm going to change my pattern. Again, we can see I can't do that every minute. That would be unreasonable. But maybe it's all Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays I want to have the Euro payments generated for myself or for the AP clerks. So we'll define that. Oh, I got to adjust my time. Let's do that just at 9 in the morning every day. of those few days. And on the next screen, that previous one was just all this existing batch recurrence ability we could do. This screen is specific per each of the processes. We saw those 4 in the drop-down list right away. So for a vendor payment proposal, this is a custom screen to that type of automation that says, okay, when you're running a vendor payment proposal, I need to know specific pieces of data, such as what journal shall we create it for? And these are the other options that payment proposal would require. You know, do you want to fill in and kind of limit it down to particular currency and all the other parameters that are critical for payment proposal to run? So I'll just leave that at the simple query just for the euro payments. We'll click finish, and that will create a new record in our window. So now I have this euro line as well. So vendor payments, there's 2 of them, and here I can see, okay, tomorrow this should continue and pick up and run here. It's scheduled to run. I can scroll forward and I can see all the ones that happen next week as well, and take actions on these individually if I wanted to. The interesting thing that we also found was, let's make this data available in a calendar viewer specific to a role. So payment clerks or people in that role may not need to see cash flow or the credit and collections one that we saw or any of the other ones. They just need to see stuff specific to them. So if I look at the vendor payment workspace, we've enabled the same calendar view here. However, now we can see a little different view. Is they're just interested in all of the vendor payment proposals, so they can see the US payment one that's already completed, and here is the euro payment one that's executing right now. So this lets them see all of the work that's happening, and then they can drill in and get to the results as it happens. They can even create a single one-off instance, say, I forgot one other thing that needs to happen today. They can do that, create a vendor per payment proposal. Again, you can see that's tailored for their role. So they can't create a cash flow one from this instance. It has to be something that's related to this vendor payment workspace, which would be either now the euro one or the US payment. And they can go through and create an extra one if something was missing. So that's the key benefit here. Along with the 2 problems we described, we also have that role tailored view of that scheduled work. And we've had several I guess customers enjoy the fact that they can now see that scheduled work, because there are some tickets that we've come in, they can't see it, so they create another one. Now it's kind of conflicting with each other, and that's caused system problems. So it's been a great win here, have this automation and visible in the UI like this. So I'll leave the rest of the time to go through other automations for Annette. So I will stop sharing here.
Thank you, Ryan. We will bring back to the slide deck. If Raz here is on the phone, we were trying to make Annette a presenter, but she keeps getting bumped back down to attendee. So I'm going to jump to the slide deck. We are going to have her rejoin, but hopefully we can get that issue resolved, since she is a big part of the demo today.
So are they able to join?
She's been able to join, and then I make her a presenter, and then it bumps her back down to an attendee. So she can't unmute, and of course can't share to demo. So we are going to have her dial back in, but she is having some problems getting to be made a presenter.
Okay, we'll make sure that they don't get bumped down. If they're already in the chat, I might be able to add them back in.
Okay, yes, she's back in, but she's still an attendee. So it's Annette Brewer.
Could you raise your hand, please, so I can find you?
There she goes. Apologies for the delay. Thank you.
It's fine. Yeah. We will get there. We'll get to. We're all excited to. Oh, there you are. There's Annette. Sorry, Annette. There you go. Back to being a presenter. Thank you.
Okay, am in. Are you able to hear me, April?
We are, yay. All right.
We are, yes. And my issue right now is I can't see your screen at all if you are presenting, so I'm not able to see anyone.
Okay, we have the vendor invoice automation screen up.
Yes, and that I am not seeing. Let me try to share to see if you can see me.
That would be great.
I do have a copy of the... Are you able to see my desktop?
I can see your desktop. Is everyone else able to?
Yep, looks good. Yep.
Great, thank you,
Okay.
Annette. Thanks for navigating that.
I have a copy of the slide here, April, so I will just go through this and start. And please do interrupt me if I drop again. This is the strangest thing. It keeps bumping me down and losing everything here for audio. So just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Hello, and thank you so much for your time today. So our goal today really is to introduce you to this new feature set that will automate the accounts payable vendor invoicing processes. So if you look at the slide, the leftmost circle, you can see that we depict a service, and that's external to Dynamics 365 Finance, where invoices are scanned and converted to metadata that can be consumed by our data entities within Dynamics 365. And as you all know, there are several external applications available from our app source site that can be used for that transformation outside of Dynamics 365. And then if you look at the line, once we cross that line, then we are receiving the data from right inside the Dynamics 365 Finance. And that's really where this new set of features enable the consumption of these artifacts in Dynamics 365. So really think about this external service as complementary to our new offering, where we work hand in glove. We're taking that metadata and then pushing it through the processes and automatically posting it in that touchless manner. So specifically, the features that we're delivering will enable that straight-through touchless processing of the vendor invoice. This process supports purchase order and non-purchase order or category-based service type line items. And you can see a listing of the processes, and most notably, I'll call out the automatic submit of those invoices to workflow and the automated matching of the product receipts to our saved pending vendor invoices. So I'd like to walk you through each of these features that we've listed here in a lot more detail, and we're going to start with the configuration settings just to ensure that you have the best experience with these features. So let me go into the product. And today I'm going to play the role of a typical company that's using an external service to scan their invoices, and then they've sent that scan metadata into Dynamics. And again, that's where our new feature starts. So we'll start at the beginning, and let's go to the feature management workspace just so you can see which feature it is. Go and I'll type in vendor invoice here. And it is the vendor invoice automation feature set. So everything from here on out that I'm talking about is controlled by this particular feature and enabling that. One of the things that you'll need to set up, and I'll show you how I have this set up, but you'll want a workflow in order to have a truly touchless process. I have a very simple workflow that we'll be walking through. I have most of my invoices are automatically being approved. Some are being assigned to me. But the important thing that I want to call out here is that you'll want to have an automated posting element in your workflow. And it can be either the automated task, the post vendor invoices, as I have here, or it can be the posting in a batch. If you use the posting in a batch, one thing that I'll just note is that's also a feature that you'll need to enable if you're going to use that. The difference between the two, of course, is just like any of our other batch processes where this is using the batch, and the other one that I have configured is simply posting them one at a time. So next we'll go into the accounts payable parameters to continue with the setup. And as I had mentioned, there'll be a new tab here, and the two key business processes that we're looking to automate are the automatic submit of those imported invoices to workflow and the matching routines. So let's talk about the first one, the automatic submit to workflow. Now, the mechanics behind this is that it enables a background task, and that task is using the framework that Ryan had just talked about, and it's silently listening for those imported vendor invoices. And when they exist, the system can automatically submit the invoice to workflow for further processing. Now, this task can be configured to run either at an hourly or daily frequency of your choosing. And you can additionally opt into whether or not other processes need to be run before the system should attempt to submit these to workflow. So for example, I'll draw your attention to the match product receipts to invoice lines. If I set this to yes, what this will do is it will require that the system first matches the product receipts to invoice lines before it will even attempt to submit it into workflow. So think of this kind of as a chain of events. It allows you to configure your processes. So speaking of that match product receipts automatically, that's that second process. And the mechanics behind this one is that it's looking for any invoice lines that have a three-way matching policy that are not currently matched to product receipts. So again, kind of background on the scenario, of course, is we know that invoices arrive frequently before the goods. So with this process, you can record that invoice, and then the system will just automatically be checking in the background for those posted product receipts. This one, like the first one, can be configured to run at an hourly or a daily frequency as well. Wanted to call your attention as well to the maximum allowed attempts. I have mine set to 2 right now. The way that this works is, think of this as a threshold. So it will run the specified number of times, in my case 2 times, before it marks a process as failed. And the reason it marks it as failed is because at that point, you'll want to have one of your accounts payable clerks intervene and take a look. So in real life practice, let's say in my business, typically my goods arrive, let's say 4 days after the invoice. So I might set this to run, let's say once daily, and I would set my maximum times to attempt my matching to, let's say 5, because normally my goods would be here after 4 days. So if I'm hitting the 5th day, I really want someone to intervene, check with the buyer, have the buyer check with the vendor, see where those goods are. So that's how that works. So we complete the setup by going to the process automation form that Ryan had just shown. So let me go, that's under System Administration, under the Process Automations. And I'll show you the background tasks that we just had set up. So we set up the ability to submit the vendor invoices to workflow as well as that matching routine. Let's just take a peek at how I have this set up. We'll go ahead and edit. A couple of things that I wanted to point out here is where you set that frequency. I had mentioned earlier it can be hourly or daily. So I could set this to run if I wanted to every 4 hours perhaps. And I could enable the sleep period. As Ryan had mentioned, this is a great framework. We can take advantage of all of the goodness that the framework allows us to have. One of the things I'll point out with this particular scheduled process, the submit vendor invoices to workflow, this user ID will be the user ID that is stamped when the invoice is submitted into workflow. Okay, now that we have our system set up for automation, let's take a look at the results of the automation. And to do that, I'm going to go to the Accounts Payable Vendor Invoice Entry workspace. And this provides a snapshot of the work that lies ahead of the accounts payable clerk. And now it also provides some insight into the automation process. So if you're familiar with our vendor invoice entry workspace that exists today, you'll recognize some of these tiles, but we've added some new tiles. So here you can see on the left side new tiles showing invoices that were not successfully processed automatically. So they need some human intervention. So I've set up the system quite a few weeks ago now. So I have been running the background tasks against my imported invoices. And I have 3 invoices that failed to submit to workflow. So let's take a closer look. And by selecting that tile, you can see we have a list page that provides insight into those invoices that failed to be submitted into workflow. We'll go ahead and highlight one of them, and I'm going to click on a new button, View Automation History. And for this invoice, we show a reverse chronological view of the invoice history. So in this case, it's a timeline dialog that shows how the invoice has moved through our automated processes so far. So here we have an invoice that was imported successfully on December 11th, and then almost immediately it was run through the match product receipt to invoice line. It was not applicable. In this case, I think I had an item that was not subject to 3-way matching on this particular invoice. But then the invoice was submitted into workflow automatically by the system, and it failed. Because it failed, it took it out of automation so that the clerk, myself, could take a look at it. The really nice thing about this is without even opening up the invoice, I can click on the ellipse and I can see why it failed. So let me open up the message log. And in this case, my vendor invoice was on hold. And as you know, you can't submit invoices that are on hold into the workflow process. So that is why that ran into that type of an issue. Now, after this invoice post, the history is retained. So let's just take a look at that. I'm going to go into the inquiries and look at a posted invoice. I had posted this quite some time ago. Let's just sort by date, and we can take any of these that I did a few months ago. Notice the view automation history is visible, and if I click on this, you get that same form, that same dialog. I can see when it was imported. I can see the processes that it ran through, and that workflow did indeed successfully post this particular invoice. So it's a really great historical audit trail that the invoice took. Let's go back to my workspace. And I can see that there is an invoice that failed to find product receipts within that threshold. So let's just click on that. Here again, I'll point out we have some new columns on these list pages. I'm partaking in both the automatic submit to workflow as well as the match product receipt. So I can see both of those columns. Right from here, I can see that this particular invoice failed. And again, I can drill into that and I can see down at the line item level what happened. So this particular line had reached that maximum number of matching attempts. Remember back in the setup area, I had set that to 2 times. It ran 2 times and it didn't find any matches. So that's why this failed. And now as an accounts payable clerk, they can go in and they can do some investigation with the buyer and figure out where those goods are. Let's see, one more thing I want to note on the workspace itself. Let me click OK. And let's go back to that workspace. There was one other thing that I wanted to show you here. System is lagging just a bit. If you're experiencing some lag too, it's actually on my side. We added a company selector. This was something that we've had a lot of requests for this, so I'm really happy to see that we were able to get this into the product. I can stay right here on the form, not have to log in and out, and you can see that my workspace information dynamically is updated through that. So very small enhancement, but great usability gain that we'll get from that. So that's the My Work. Let's talk about the analytics page. We have this analytics all company. And here you can see some very rich Power BI metrics that help you identify the efficiency of your automation efforts. And this is giving you a view across all of the companies that you're managing. So let's just point out a few of the metrics. You can see how many invoices are in automation, what's currently in workflow, touchless rates, the open balance that you have. And I'll draw your attention to the bottom of my screen, and you can see we have 4 additional tabs. Those tabs give you more detail, so it allows you to drill in. So let's just kind of take a look at some of these metrics. The automation status, again, this is really all about the touchless rate, but it gives you some very nice breakdowns across how automation is going in your company and per vendor group, how long it's taking you to process some invoices. Had some invoices back in December that were processed on this particular environment. Let's take a look at reasons for automation failure. This will help you also tweak your system. Here you can see any invoices that had failed. For example, we had just looked at that one that had failed to submit to workflow. That's one of the things that we track, as well as if it failed posting or if it failed the import. So it gives you some good detail there. One of the tabs that I particularly like is the workflow status tab. Shows you how many invoices are in your workflow, as well as how long things have been in your workflow, and it gives you a nice readout of the assignment per approver. So maybe you need to do some load balancing. You could do that. You know, this isn't a real, very realistic view on this, but maybe one of your approvers has 40 invoices and the others have 2. You maybe want to do some load balancing. So some really nice metrics. Goal, again, is to help you really identify that efficiency of your automation efforts. So let's go back to the workspace, and I want to show you a few other things here. Let's go ahead and go into the pending vendor invoice. And I'd like to talk to you about the enhanced workflow history view and the ability to simulate posting. So let's go ahead. I have one of my invoices that is in workflow, and we have provided a new simplified workflow history. So this particular feature was really in direct response to our AP clerks at our customers' organizations that really wanted a simpler, cleaner workflow history for those accounts payable clerks. One of the things that we heard often was that they really, the key piece of information that they wanted to know was, you know, where is the invoice right now? Who has it? So we developed this timeline view, again, very much the same view that you saw just a few minutes ago when I showed you the automation history. But here you can see that reverse chronological order of the most pertinent steps as it was transferring from person to person of the workflow. So in this case, I had submitted it. This particular one was assigned to me. Based on the workflow rules, so not a realistic example, but then I reassigned it to Phyllis. And you can see here we captured the date and time, and then also any comments that the people may have entered in as they were working through that process. I can also access, though, the standard view, workflow history. Let me click into that. So this is the form that you're familiar with. And it's a great form, lots and lots of detail. It's still here, still has a lot of value. But in direct response, though, you know, our customers, accounts payable clerks really cared about this bottom information, which is why we took that step of giving them the alternate view that you're seeing here. This same view can be seen on our historical invoices. So again, I'll go back to that invoice journal. And let's sort by date. I think the one that I had just used had workflow. Yes, it did, of course. Let me just click on that. And here again, you're going to see that new dialog. You can see that it was submitted by Julia and then workflow completed and the date and time that completed. So again, some nice wins on the posted invoices as well. So the other feature that I want to show you, let's go back to our pending vendor invoice list page. We've added the ability to simulate posting. We've had that now for quite some time in our journals, and we get requests that people would like to use that, of course, in other areas as well. So from the vendor invoice list page, you can simulate posting now. You could multi-select, and I'll go ahead. I have an invoice in here. I think I have a bad date on here, so I think this one will fail. We'll just go ahead and start running this. But what it's doing now is it's checking for any validation errors. It's running through all of the posting code. And you can see now I have a pink bar and a message that it failed. We'll go ahead and we will view the results. Here you can see the status failed. I'm going to click into this, and again, you're going to see some good messaging here. Every single reason why this failed is listed. Now, of course, the first reason is you have to submit it in order for posting to actually succeed. But I put in some bad dates on my invoice to purposely get these other errors to just for demonstration purposes. So go ahead and close that. And again, nice thing about this is you can multi-select and run it for a group, and we do store the result of that as well. So you can get back to that after it has been run. I'll go ahead and let's look at two more features. We added, let me find here, the imported invoice total. Let me make this a bit bigger for you. So we have an imported invoice amount that's available, and think of this as kind of, I think of it as a footer type of value where you can easily see the difference between what was contained on that scanned invoice. So imagine I've used a service. A lot of times they will bring in the metadata of the actual totals along with the file and the attachment. And so now on our data entities, you can actually include that as it's coming into the system. So I have an exaggerated example here where I just put in $1 before I imported the invoice. And now on the totals form, you can see there's a new, I'll call it a red badge that says not matched. And it's not matched because my imported invoice amount was $1. But the actual calculated value, so my line values plus any tax that I had, all of the things that make up that invoice amount is equal to $75 US. So it clearly doesn't match. If it had matched, it would be green. The really nice thing though about this feature is that you can use it in your automation efforts. So I'm going to take you back again to the accounts payable parameters form. And we're going to take a look at that vendor invoice automation. Recall when I started the demonstration, I had pointed out that you could opt into processes that needed to be run before you automatically submit. Well, the requiring of the calculated totals to equal those imported totals is one of those things. So if you're bringing in large amounts of invoices, you can set this to yes. And before the system will even try to submit that into workflow, if those calculated totals don't equal, it will stop. And there at that point, of course, it'll be marked as a failure, and then the clerk could intervene. It would show up on their particular workspace. So it'll save you time. It won't submit it into workflow only to have it fail once it gets to an approver. And then let's go back to our list page again. And another field that I would like to point out is we also have included an invoice received date. This is available in our data entity and through the form. And really, this date provides us with the point at which to start our automation metrics. So if you think back to the analytics that I just showed you on the workspace, this gives us that start date. So it's the physical date that you receive the invoice. So it gives us the metrics such as average days that something has been in automation, or those touchless rates. It helps us with that type of the analytic metrics. And this is simply, like I said, it's the physical date that the invoice was received. If it's included in the file, we of course accept it in the file. If it's not included in the file, then it will automatically stamp it with the system date as it's coming back in. So that really gives us the starting the clock to show you how long it took through the process. All right, so let's just kind of conclude by bringing this back to where we started, showing that summarization of the process again. And again, if you just think about our goal, it's really to work hand in glove with that external invoice capture, where we take that imported data, pushing it all the way through to the posting. And probably most important, I'd want you to remember that you get to decide which processes you opt into. It's very configurable. You can configure those background tasks to run as you wanted to. And of course, automation, it's all about the benefit of cost savings. So with that, I will hand it back over to April before we take questions. And I just want to thank you for your time today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Annette.
Yes.
Thank you all. I just want to put a thank you out to the group for letting us share with you today our journey through financial process automation, the investments we've made, and where we're going. And really what we want to do is hear from you. We want to leave some time for Q&A. We also want to leave time for you to share with us what you're seeing and where you see the opportunity for automation to drive meaningful impact for your organization. So we clearly have some great ideas of where we want to go next, but not without wanting to listen to you. So as we go to Q&A today, again, a big thank you for the conference here. We want to definitely encourage you to join the community, because it's through this community that we were offered this opportunity to chat with you. It's a great way to connect with peers. Obviously, we have some great learning sessions out there, and inspire others. I think we have some tech talks coming out on this type of information as well. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for Q&A and discussion, and of course feedback for you to take the time to share with Ryan and Annette and I your automation journey.
Thank you, April. Thank you, Annette, and Ryan too. There are a couple of questions. I think Annette's jumped on them already, I think, in the chat. I think the first question was from Amit Agrawal, who's asking, can we set up vendor invoice automation for individual vendor or groups of vendor? Can we use run auto match for failed cases on the fly?
Yes, I can take those questions. In terms of the question about whether or not you can opt in per vendor to the automation, the answer to that is no, not at this point. Certainly something that we would be interested in the future, but right now, no, it is a legal entity parameter. And in terms of the question about can the user run the auto match for failed cases on the fly, yes, it's still, even when you're using the vendor invoice automation, you can still use the existing, all of the existing matching out of the box as well.
Nice. So Janet Sandegard is asking, will this great and nice overview of WF history timeline be available for all the WFs in FinOps or only in vendor invoice?
Yes, right now it is only the vendor invoice. Again, it was really as a direct result of our accounts payable clerks wanting this type of thing, though I fully do anticipate that a lot of personas would enjoy it as well. So I don't see any reason. It was built for reusability. I'll put it that way. So I think it just will listen to the feedback and respond appropriately.
And there's a big thanks from Atul Shukla asking, great question, a great session. In what PU are these features available?
Specifically for the invoice automation, it was in preview in 14 and 15, so public preview, general availability in .16, so 10.0.16.
And I'm saying thanks, Annette, for the answers.
Yes, great. And the other ones are already also released as well. They vary across the different updates throughout the last calendar year. So they're out on the release notes. I don't have a table with each one, but they have already all been released.
Thank you, April, and thanks, Annette, for the detailed answers there. Are there any other questions? Please feel free to put your hands up, or feel free to drop them in the chat.
Russ, I have a question for the team, of course.
Ah, Dr. Ludwig.
Yeah, hello. Hello, April and Annette. Thank you very much for the great presentation and these very, very new and good functionalities. I noticed one little thing in one of your slides. There was a little wall after the first bullet point where it says external data invoice capture. And my question is, when can we see, or can we see this little wall be torn down in the future?
Great question. Do you want me to take that one, Annette, or would you like to take that one?
Sure. I think you maybe touched on it in one of.
Yeah, let me reemphasize. Yeah. So today, and I put the slide up, but the external data invoice capture today can be provided by any solution out there that offers that capabilities, as well as our Azure Cognitive Services team does have this capability in a preview stage. So that is something that can be taken advantage of now. Again, I'll repeat that just because I'm sure a lot of people aren't familiar with that. Azure Cognitive Services is adding that capability and has some preview out there. As a finance team, of course, we're evaluating some tighter connection points, stuff we will be looking for in the future, but there's nothing stopping anyone from utilizing, taking that and training their own model today.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a couple of additional comments and questions in the chat. Do you want me to take this one for you? So there's Ian.
Well, I can't see the chat for some reason. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind reading them, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, so there's Ian asking, the platform looks great from an automation perspective. We have the invoice collection from email and entry into the invoice register with AI Builder working well. Our main gotcha is doing much simpler things like running a Power BI model that can tell if an invoice has been paid or not. So advanced things A1, but still gaps on some basics. Different entities in different access methods is another big bugbear. Desperate for data lake with the entity trickle feed. Have it working, but aggregated entities only. I think these are a lot of things. Maybe just pick up some of them if you can comment.
Yeah, I can take this one, April.
Okay.
Very good points. And part of this ties in, as we're working, as April had mentioned, with the cognitive services. These are all great points because you're absolutely right. We have disparate invoicing tools. We have the journals. We have the invoice register and approval journal, as well as the invoice journal, as well as the vendor invoices. And really, it's all about consolidating that information so that's in a consumable place. It is top of mind for us. It's we hear this quite honestly a lot. It's in all transparency, it's not on our roadmap right now at the moment, but it's definitely top of our minds, and especially as we're moving towards those cognitive services, those are issues that we are going to have to pay a lot of attention to. So I appreciate that feedback.
Okay, then we have some comments. Great and marvelous session. So thanks a lot. A lot of people like these features a lot. So thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, we have still 5 minutes. Is Russ and Sohaib still here?
Hello, sir. Hello, Doctor.
Yeah. Hey.
Hi. Yes. So again, some great new features here around finance automation, which is definitely what the community are looking to use. And I think there's a question by Jan Sendegard, asking about automatic accrual proposals based on the incoming invoices.
That is another great one that's near and dear to my heart, especially when you think of our register, because I always think of the register, it kind of provides that accrual when it's posting to the arrival and the arrival offset. And right now, there's nothing on the immediate horizon. I have done a little bit of research in the area. I know that there's an appetite, though, from our customers to have that accrual functionality. So again, something that is on our minds, but not on the immediate roadmap.
And that's the last question.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So thank you, April. Thank you, Annette. And Ryan, for joining us today, taking your time out of your busy schedule, building this fabulous product that we're all using on a day-to-day basis. And do you have any final words for the community?
I don't. I just really wanted to thank you. I wanted to make sure the community is a great way to engage with us. We want to just continue to drive more and more enhancements, and you already gave us some great ideas and feedback. So please continue to connect with us through that community, because we absolutely love doing this stuff and getting a chance to chat with all of you today. So just a great appreciation for setting this up, and thank you.
And finally, from Ian Waring, he mentioned, thank you. Love this. Perfection isn't too far away. Oh, my word.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll remember that one.
Thank you so much. So I think, Doctor, and I think Sukrut, I think we're all about to present the next speaker.
Who's next? Who's next?
I wonder who. I think April announced the Dynamics finance community. So I wonder who's behind that. Is that Fawad?
I think it's my friend Fawad. Yeah, must be. So it's not me. Oh, bad.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Fawad.
Excellent. Can I hear a yay for community?
Yes, we can hear you, Fawad.
Excellent. So let me know when I can get started.
I believe we have 2 more minutes. I don't know if we can brace ourselves, if we can hold ourselves for another 2 minutes. What do you think? What do you think, Doctor?
I think so. Yeah.
Sukrut.
Yeah.
So we've got MVPs from all around the world today. We've got Sukrut from California. We've got Dr. Ludwig from Germany and myself from the UK. And then we've also got Andre from Netherlands. And we had, we're all around the world. I believe it's been a long day. It's been a long day for everyone. I think there's one more session after this, which one more session is after this, and it's been a long day, 6 o'clock in the morning. I think, Fawad, I think we're ready to go. I think the community is ready to to finally meet you in person, because I think a lot of people don't realize who you are and what you've been doing. So I think, Fawad, over to you.
Thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I'm going to be talking about community, and not just Power Platform communities, but Dynamics and Power Platform communities. Internally, we call them business applications community. Let me share my screen here. Let me know once you can see it.
Yes, we can see that one. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So let me, first of all, before I get started, does this slide look familiar? Yes, it is. I want to thank all of you. Raz, Dr. Ludwig, Sukrit, and all the other folks who have put this event together. It's a great way to evangelize, to learn, and to share. And that's what community is all about to us, right? And I'm here to tell you a bit more about community, how we think internally, and what are some of the things that we are doing, we plan to do, and how you can get engaged and make this a wonderful place for yourself and for your peers and colleagues, or anyone who is getting into Dynamics 365 or Power Platform to come and use the free resources that are available to you. But thank you again to all of you. I don't know, Dr. Ludwig is here. I know Raz, you are here, and a bunch of other folks. I don't know if Andre is still attending or not, but some of you I know personally and have chatted with you. Want to thank you for your participation in the community, for holding such great events, and making sure that we get the word out there for the products that we have in the Dynamics and the Power Platform ecosystem. A little bit about myself. I've been at Microsoft for 15 years. Very active on Twitter, very active on LinkedIn. I have my personal blog too, if you wanted to follow and continue the conversation through any of those social channels, would love to do that. A quick giveaway at the end. So if you listen to my presentation, and I'm going to tell you a few things. There's a t-shirt we'll send you. You'll have to go to a certain page and basically then answer some questions. What do I want to cover today is primarily talk about Microsoft Business Application Groups community. So when I'm saying Business Application Group, I'm talking about Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Power Virtual Agents, Power Automate, or what we call the Power Platform, and the Dynamics. I want to talk about those communities. I will concentrate a bit on the online communities that are available to you that you can utilize to connect, learn, and share, but definitely can talk about other aspects of the community, because community is not just going to one portal and answering forum questions. It's much more than that. And setting up a great event that you all have done over here is definitely a big part of that. I will do a quick overview of Dynamics 365 community that is available there. All your apps, all the Dynamics have their specific areas within the Dynamics 365 community that we have. We have Power Platform communities. As I said, those are the 4 products that we have. So the Power Platform stack, I'll talk about that. I want to talk about recognition. I know we don't help or share things just to get recognized, but we understand the effort and the hard work that each one of you puts into coming to the community and helping others. So there are a lot of opportunities to get recognized for your hard work and for helping others. And then some go-to actions and how you can get involved in the community is what I'm going to talk about at the end.
I don't care.
Okay. And I want to give you a quick demo too at the same time, just show you around. But this is like a bird's eye view, just one slide, which pretty much tells you what is available on the online community. So when I talk about online communities, first I'll talk about Dynamics. So community.dynamics.com. I mean, you have these URLs available to you. You can go directly to those communities and get involved. And Power BI is missing here, but it's community.powerbi.com. And then there are specific blogs. So those are the official blogs that are available to you for all the technical content that the product PMs are creating, or all the general managers or VPs who are creating this business decision maker content that's available through the blogs on these specific blog URLs that I've given you, depending on which technology or which app you are dealing with. Forums. So let me dive deeper into forums on Dynamics community a bit more. Forums is basically your typical Q&A pairs that we get on any community forum platform. So you can come and ask questions. You can come and basically start a discussion if you wanted to about a product or any difficulty that you are having, or if you wanted free advice. You can definitely use discussions for that. You have a lot of community blogs too. Just to call out the difference, the blogs that exist on Dynamics community are primarily the community blogs. This blog is the official blog, I would call it. This is the blog where most of the product teams are doing blogging, and most of the business decision maker blogs reside. There are galleries available. Those have basically examples, which has examples of products that are being used by different customers and partners, how they have set up different products. There is an events area within our community where we advertise great events like this one that you all are hosting. And then there's webinars where product teams, as they bring in new feature and functionality into the product, they would hold a webinar, and we basically help them host that webinar or create that webinar, and then we put the videos in the webinars area. So great resource available to you overall. One area that is not in this slide, and I want to show you, it's on this slide, is my community area. This is a nice way to personalize your experience. Did you know that the Dynamics community has been there for almost 13 years? Some of you have been using Dynamics product for a long time. Some of you are new, but for new folks, the community has lots and lots of good content that you can tap into. Not only the online applications that we have, like finance, SCM, commerce, etc., but also if you are working with customers and partners who are still managing or maintaining Dynamics AX or Dynamics CRM, there are forums available, there's content available that you can come and use to basically learn about those products too. So let me just give you, okay, I'm going to give you a demo here, but again, just a bird's eye view. There are tech talks. I want to talk a bit more about tech talks. There are webinars, events. We talked about that. There are videos. There are lots of videos that you can use, and we are also starting a series of videos on feature functionality, and these will be short videos. The webinars that I just talked about are typically long, half an hour to 40 minutes, but we're going to start a series of 3 to 5 minute videos that you'll be able to consume to learn about new feature and functionality. There are a lot of videos that are also created by product marketing organization. We also host them in the community, and those are great starter videos if you want to learn real quick about a new technology that has just been introduced by us and you wanted to get an overview of that. These videos are really a great piece of content to go and consume to learn about the new product. And again, these are really small videos, 2 to 3 minutes, and is a great way to get up to speed on the new product. There are three special communities that exist within the bigger Dynamics community. Accelerators is one. I know that Microsoft is very busy. We are busy introducing a lot of industry solutions. As you know, last week, retail industry solution was introduced. We have manufacturing industry solutions, and there would be more coming. And we also have some accelerators that you can pick up to get going with different industry verticals that exist. UCI community is primarily around customer engagement apps, the UCI interface that has been introduced in customer engagement apps. If you want to have a discussion or you have questions around that, you can go to UCI community. And then academic community also exists primarily for students and educators who are interested in learning about the product or using the product. All right, let's look at the community. This is the fun part, other than the slides I was going through. So how do I get to the community? Community.dynamics.com, right? And few key things I want to call out. We highlight all the folks who are helping us out in different areas of the community. Doesn't matter what app you're dealing with. I see Andre here, Dr. Ludwig Reinhardt is here, Martin, and other folks are over here. We spotlight a person who has gone above and beyond in working with the community and helping us build awareness for the product, or is helping others succeed in using the product. Faisal, I believe he's from Australia. He's the one person we recognize this month, and we do a monthly spotlight of the person who's going above and beyond. So a lot of recognition opportunities. I'll talk about that in a bit here. But few key things that you should look at or you should know is that depending on what app you're working in, you can go to a specific area within the community. So I know we have been talking about finance, so let's just go to the finance community area. We made some changes recently that you will hopefully appreciate. These cards used to feature different things, but any upcoming events which are critical and we want to highlight, we would put them over here. And we have also spun up a series, AMA series through the community that I'll be hosting. And Lori Lumpkin is, she's the VP of the marketing app. She'll be talking about the strategy and the vision and taking questions from the community on February 11th. And we are going to bring in Georg, who did the keynote 2 hours back. He's going to be talking to the community. So again, a great opportunity for you to join that session. We are bringing in Manoj, who is the GM for supply chain management. We are bringing Swami from Fast Track team. So you can ask Swami around all the deployments that you all might be helping with around finance and operation apps. And we also are going to bring in other VPs and general managers to come and discuss their vision and strategy on the product. And that would be a great opportunity for you to be asking them questions. If there's one place on this, this is my favorite place, featured resources. So what we did was we said, okay, what is the most important content that somebody who comes into the community wants to get to? And we said, okay, videos, these are the videos I was talking about. These are the product marketing videos that introduce the product. So if you click on that, I'll open it in a new tab here. We import a YouTube playlist directly into the community, and you can watch these videos on the fly inline if you wanted to. So the videos are there. There are a lot of learning modules, right? Microsoft Learn. Microsoft Learn is a portal, learn.microsoft.com. You can go there and consume a lot of learning paths or courses to learn about finance app. And that's another key resource. If you want to read documentation about finance and you want to start from looking at documentation, there you go. We'll take you to the right place. This is the homepage for all documentation for Dynamics 365 Finance. So at your fingertips, we want to get you closer to the content that makes you successful. That's the whole goal for bringing all the resources in one place. Now, I don't know if you are aware, some of you are, some of you may not be. There are really good and deep technical talks that happen, that the Fast Track team, that is Swami's team leading, that you might be interested in doing. If you are engaged and involved in a lot of customer implementation and deployment, I would highly recommend these tech talks for you, to go look at that and see how you can help customers and partners with these deep deployments, deep technical deployments. So there are a lot of tech talks for finance you can reach out to. You can go and discover all the blogs. Now, we will bring in both the community blogs, and we also syndicate that official blog that I showed you. I showed you the URL on the other slide, into the community. Sure, the blog sits over there, but we syndicate it over here for you. We will also link you to a place where you can give us feature requests. You can give us ideas on, hey, how can you add another feature into the product so it caters better to other customers. So you can submit ideas. If you click on this, this will go to our ideas portal, and you can open ideas about the product over there. And then my favorite part, this is a feature we introduced 6 months back, is personalizing your experience, right? I told you 13 years. We have had this community for 13 years. If I wanted to, say, get just certain content and I want to focus on that content, you can personalize your experience. We call this area My Community. You can easily access it from multiple places. You can go to My Community on the top, or you can click here, or you can click here and just get to this area. Before I show you that, because that's one of my favorite areas within the community, we are also highlighting key folks now within particular areas within the community. So I know Nicholas has been very active in the finance community. So we are recognizing people from within that community. If you went to a different area for a different app in the community, if you went to supply chain management, as an example, you'll see Junaid Adris as one of the key folks who have been recognized there for being very active in this community. So let me quickly show you My Community, which is one of my favorite features, going back to the fact that there's so much content that is available here that we wanted to make sure that you can build a targeted experience for yourself, which shows you the focused content that you like to see. So if you went to this experience, and by the way, you can use this experience as an unauthenticated user, or you can use it as somebody who's logged in. Right now, if you look here, I'm logged into the community. So what you do over here is you basically say, hey, show me the content that I'm interested in. So if I am new to Microsoft Finance and I want to learn about the finance app or the product, and I would pick Microsoft Learn. That is what I was telling you. That's the official Learn portal, not only for Azure, but also for Dynamics 365. So I'll say Microsoft Learn, then you select, and this is a filtered experience, very simple filtered experience. You can decide, hey, what kind of modules or courses you want to look at, beginner, intermediate, advanced. I'll just say beginner for now. So then I can select my product. So I want to go and select finance or supply chain as an example. I can do both. And I apply the filter. And there you go. I'm just going to collapse this, but you will get access and you're just one click away from consuming these modules. But we identify what is the right content for you to consume. So again, our goal is to make you successful. You find the content that will help you resolve your issues, that will give you that knowledge and expertise so you can go and deploy these products or manage, configure, or maintain. Doesn't matter what phase of the product life cycle you are in, helping your customers or partners, you are able to do that. So again, I can tweak this and I can say, hey, you know what? I want to see tech talks. those deep tech talks that the fast track team creates. And I want to see it, let's see, for commerce as an example. Commerce is, again, one of the operations app. And for all roles, you can also specify roles, because as you have noticed, if you have logged into our community or if you created an account, you have to specify your role. And you can say, or you can say, show me tech talks for all roles. You apply the filter, and there you go. We're going to pull up the commerce tech talks for you. So a nice way to get to the content as quickly as possible and start learning and becoming an expert. All right. So a few key other areas that I want to show you that would be of the use. So this header is important for you. I think if you find your way around the community, you can get to the content. You can do it through our My Community experience, or you can just go use the navigation header and get to the right resource. Let's go to SCM as a change. So if I am in the SCM area of the community, again, few key things I want to call out. We are calling out the star from this community, from SCM community. We are putting the key resources at your fingertips, and we are telling you about the key events that we are holding in the near future that you can get to. You can get to the forum and ask a question, or you can click over here. This is an activity feed. This is a live activity feed that's showing you all the questions that are coming into the forum, SCM forum, and also showing you if there are any blogs that we host or syndicate. They also show up over here. So I can ask a question, simple thing. And there you go. I'm not going to go into it, but you can put the subject and pick a category of what kind of issue you are seeing in SCM, and you're ready to roll, and we can post your question in there. Just so you know, because this is Finance and Operations Summit, Finance and SCM are the top two most active areas of our community. So there's a high probability if you posted a question, one of your peers, people from this crowd here, will either answer the question, or somebody from Microsoft can also answer your question. So I'm really excited about talking to you all about this, because you all keep this community very busy and very vibrant, that's for sure. Resources. Now, this is another way to get to all the resources. If you wanted to get to Microsoft Learn, you can get from here, Tech Talks, Document. You can get to UCI community if you are working with customer engagement apps. Academic community for academia, for students and educators. We have galleries, SCM blogs very specific to SCM, and those videos that I was talking about, the videos, product marketing videos that exist in the community are also available. If you're new to the community, I highly recommend going to the Info Center. We always, every day, we have something going on in the community. So if there's something happening in the community, we will post it as a blog post here. So you can go to community news. Just as an example to show you, there was a tech talk done on commerce. And we'll tell you if it's published, where it is, and how you can get to it. So this is a very active area. Like yesterday, if you look here, we posted here yesterday, and every day we have something going on. So you want to stay on top of community, what content is being created and all that. This is a great place. Obviously, you can get to leaderboards if you are into gamification and you want to see, hey, how high you're ranking with all your other peers. You can get to that. You want to become a top contributor. In our community, we call them MCCs, or Microsoft Community Contributors, although we might change that name now. We're thinking about calling you all active people super users. So you can become that. It's a badge we give out every quarter. You can request a blog. I talked about community blogs. You can host a blog, or you can syndicate a blog. So if you already have a blog somewhere else on your WordPress site, you can syndicate it to our community if you wanted to. Or if you want to create a blog, we will create a blog for you. If you're an active blogger, we would love to get your content on our community too. And obviously, you can also provide us feedback. Okay. Tech Talks, just real quick, going a little deeper in Tech Talks. Tech Talks are being created for various apps and products we have. So you can filter by whatever product you are interested in. One of, I don't know if some of you are dealing with the commerce product, but there is a whole slew of Tech Talks that were added for the commerce product. And we are continuing to bring in more commerce apps, commerce Tech Talks. So keep an eye out and filter it by commerce, and you'll see all the Tech Talks that we have posted or created. And also, again, you can always go back. You can always go back to the community news area and see what are some of the recent Tech Talks that have come in. All right. I want to shift gears just a little bit and talk about Power Platform communities. 4 products, 4 separate communities. A little different than the Dynamics world, right? We have one community area for all the Dynamics app that exist in that ecosystem, but Power Platform communities are a bit different. There was a decision made that we're going to have a separate community for each of the products within the Power Platform ecosystem. So there is a Power BI community, Power Apps community, Automate community, and Virtual Agents community. Now, the kind of content modalities that exist in these Power Platform communities is the same. Obviously, as you know, the most important content modality is the forums, the Q&A pairs that also exist in Dynamics communities. You have galleries, you have videos, you have gallery which shows you product examples on how certain customers are using the products. And you can also send a request to put your product. If you're using the product in a unique way, we can get those hosted and show that in the galleries. You have blogs. Now the blogs are different. The blogs, again, are different. The blogs are separate from the Power Apps community. In Dynamics community, the community blogs were integrated within the community itself. And the official blog was obviously sitting on the side. But in Power Platform, the blogs are completely separate. There's no concept of community blogs, but there's a concept of an official blog that we have for each of these products. So just to show you real quick, if you wanted to get to any of the blogs or any of the communities, here you go. Here are the links. And you know, it's simple. It's simple. All you do is community.theproductname.com. So as an example, I have these open here. I'll just go in real quick and show you. So I'm in Power Apps community. So in Power Apps, there are different areas set up for different functionality that is being discussed. If customers want to discuss Dataverse or they are interested in building Power Apps, they are separate. We call them boards, but these are separate forums. Think of them as separate forums that have been set up. There are blogs that we link to. Any news, you can come and read news over here. And there are a lot of videos that are available. So there are app samples. There are a lot of community app samples. There are webinars and video gallery here. You can look at the videos. And you know, there are some special galleries like Kids Zone, etc., or the emergency response gallery that was created in response to COVID-19. And if you look at all of the 4 communities, this is the Power Automate. The look and feel would be the same. So we wanted to make sure that the user experience and the UI experience is consistent across all these web properties that we have. And this is the newly Power Virtual Agent that got introduced almost mid last year. One thing over here in these communities, if something significant is happening within one of these products, that would be shown over here in the carousel that's running. So I told you in Dynamics community, you can go to our news blog and find everything. For Power Platform, you can get the news right here in the carousel. So something really cool. It takes you 5-10 seconds to understand what are some of the new things happening in these communities. This is just screenshots of the community here. My presentation is going to be smaller. You know, I don't want to stand between you or your sleep or your dinner or whatever, lunch, breakfast, depending on where you are. But recognition opportunities. We understand you do it because you want to do it, you want to help others, you want to share what you have learned, but we feel like we want to recognize you for all the great work that you all do. Does not matter if it's one of the Power Platform communities you're engaged in, or if you're engaged in Dynamics community. We want to make sure we recognize you. There are badges. I've just gave you a sample of some of the super user badges that you can get from Power Platform communities. From Dynamics, there are lots of badges. I'm just showing you that one badge that I talked about, which is the Microsoft Community Contributor badge. That this is our coveted badge that we give to super users every quarter. I know some of you on the call might be MCCs. So this is one badge that is really cool that we hand out to all the deeply engaged community users. There are leaderboards. I showed you, you can get to the leaderboard from the community drop in Dynamics. You can become a moderator. In Dynamics community, there's an opportunity to come and help us. There are a lot of forums. If you are in SEM, as an example, you want to become a moderator, just email us, let us know, and we can make you a moderator. You can help us in managing the forums. Top contributor talked about that. Recognition all over the place. We do a community spotlight. I showed you Faisal from Australia was recognized this month, and then there are a lot of other folks that we have recognized throughout the year. We have been doing this almost for 2 years now, that we always make sure that we go out of our way to highlight the people who have gone above and beyond in helping others succeed. And then there are community stars. This is also highlighted on Dynamics Community's homepage. So how do you get involved if you're not already involved, right? Step number 1, you basically sign up. Sign up for community, start answering questions, become a moderator, syndicate a blog, share content on the social media. I have put some of the hashtags that you can use. Since I live most of the time in the Dynamics community, this is the one I use primarily on LinkedIn. When all my posts that I do on LinkedIn, this is one of mine. But if you live in the Power Platform world, there are a lot of hashtags that you can use that are monitored, and we get excited when you use these hashtags to spread the word. Here's a slide. I would appreciate if you guys can help us spread the word about the community, and use this slide as the last slide. I don't know if you noticed, but when Georg was presenting, he showed this slide. When April was presenting, she also showed this slide, Annette, April, and Ryan when they were presenting. So this is a slide you can pick and use in basically in your presentations that you do out to other folks, to make sure that people are coming to the community and helping out. And thank you again for for helping us and helping spread the word. And with that, I'm going to stop and take some questions, but there are 3 questions I have put here. If you go to this link, it's open here, FINOPS Summit FCon. There are 3 questions, and we're going to do a giveaway. We're going to send you some T-shirts for people. We'll do a sweepstake or and we'll pick some random users and we'll send you T-shirts. Let me get to that page first. You will land on this page, and there are 3 questions that we ask. You'll have to create an account, and then you just reply back and put it in comments, the answer to these questions, and we'll send T-shirts to the first 5 people through a random drawing. Questions are: where do you go to personalize your community? This is really small. So, where in Dynamics community can you access deep technical talks, videos, and where in Power Apps community can you go to access videos? So we'll send you T-shirts for the people who come and post here. We'll do the drawing on Monday, Pacific time. Here's just an image of the T-shirt. And with that, I want to take questions. One thing I would love for all the participants here to ask questions, not about only the online portals, but any other question you have around building community or nurturing or growth of communities, such as events like this or any other user group information you need or anything about the community. So I don't want to just focus on the online part of the community, but would love to take questions from everyone on the call around all aspects of the community.
Thank you there, Fawad. So, Fawad, did you want to share a link?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we'll paste this into the chat for everybody to get involved in that prize, because that's some nice swag we've got there, some exclusive swag, which we all like.
So Raz, I'm having difficulty. Is there?
It's fine. I'm pasting it in now for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. There you go. It's FinOps Summit FCon, aka.ms.
Yep, got it. Just put it in there now. There you are. Okay, so that's the link, everyone. So please complete that if you want to win the prizes. I know Fawad has got exclusive access to this swag, so even I'm trying to get my hands on some of this stuff. So
there you go, Raz. You're gonna get it anyway.
Oh, I think we're all we're all trying to get some of that. I think Faisal's got some swag he received recently this week as well. So yeah, so thanks. So we got the link, everybody. So please take advantage of that. We'll share that link again throughout the next 2 days, so that all 2,000. So we've had for this event we had 2,030 registrations. I know not everyone has joined at the same time, and I know a lot of you will be joining tomorrow for the weekend boot camp, which starts tomorrow morning. And we still have 2 sessions left of the day, one with the Microsoft Black Belt team and one with Yogesh for data migration. But I know Fawad has got lots to do regarding the community, and I know I myself met Fawad personally at the Business Application Summit. I don't know if you can say anything about the Business Application Summit today, Fawad, and maybe I'm crossing the line there.
No, I think it definitely is happening. It's going to be virtual. I mean, that's given. It's happening, and I don't know if we released the date, but around the same time frame. But I believe it's going to be virtual. That's the most I know.
Awesome. Well, I had great memories meeting you in person at the Business Application Summit that we had, and you look forward to the next one that's virtual. So again, we'll be sharing information about that as well. But the most important thing is that everyone gets signed up to these communities. That's the most important thing. Everyone today, please follow the links and get signed up to the Dynamics 365 community and to the Power Platform community. That's where all the action is. That's where I began my journey into the community, and where everyone begins their journey in the community. It's from this forum right here. And it's the access to all the information and help you're going to get, really. So again, it's a hidden gem. It is a hidden gem, I have to admit. But it is really, really the best place to begin your journey with the community.
I see some hands, so.
Ludwig.
Yeah. I have a short question. I have a short
Sure.
question for Forward. I mean, you showed so many content and features where people can get started to learn. And I especially found the tech talks very helpful. But what I'm asking is, because we have here a lot of people, and sometimes you're looking for a specific topic. And my question is, do we have a feature that allows people to suggest specific topics for tech talks?
That's a great question. So I know
as an example, that what April just presented us. I mean, if we would have something that people can maybe vote for, or something where we want to have a deeper dive, maybe something for the future.
Absolutely, Ludwig. There's opportunity to that. If you want to channel those suggestions through me, I can get those to the fast track team. It is the fast track team that works with respective product teams. So if there's something going on in finance, they will either do it themselves and have a deeper tech talk, or they will work with the finance product team to get those. But happy to get suggestions from you and other folks on what are some of the topics where you want to learn more, and where you feel we should have a cadence of certain topics that need to have deeper tech talks. So happy to take any suggestion and see if we can operationalize that. One of the things that you will see, and I mentioned it during my presentation, is commerce. Commerce, if you are in the commerce product, commerce team is very busy working with the fast track team to build a whole slew of tech talks. And if you feel there's a product, let's just take SCM as an example, or human resources. If you feel like there are products that need much more deeper knowledge disseminated through us, through these tech talks, I'm happy to take that and see if we can get those going.
Well, you got my vote for that. Thank you for that, Doctor, because I completely vote for that. I think a lot of people on this call would also be voting for that, definitely. And there's a question, Faisal. Hi, Faisal.
Hi, Faisal. He's on mute? No.
Hi.
I love the T-shirt, Faisal.
Yes, thank you so much. It was a very great presentation. So I just woke up for your presentation and just wanted to show that and say thank you to you. I wanted to show you the swag which I received. It looks really perfect. And wonderful. Thanks for the nice gift.
Thank you. No, thank you for your contributions. It's look, at the end of the day, it's all about helping each other. You guys don't do it for becoming the spotlight or whatever, but that's the end result. We recognize what you're doing. You don't have to worry about that part. We see all the activity in the community, like Raz and Andre and Ludwig and you and all of you have gone and set up this event. We recognize that. Faisal, you set up an event with Raz and everybody, the Hindi and the Urdu event that was set up. So believe me, all the work that you all are doing is not going in vain. It is it is looked at. And we want to make sure that we thank all of you with whatever we can. And thank you again for all your contributions. So much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
I have a question. Actually, I have a question I want to ask community, and maybe it might or might not be related, but it is around. We are looking for some key people or MVPs or influencers for our solution accelerators, and also for customer insights. Those are two, I want to say, products in which I'm interested in talking to folks who are on this call. If you are working with other customers and partners, having discussions around any of these two areas, I would love to chat with you and see how we can build community around these two specific product categories. So you can ping me directly if you are working on any of these two areas.
Out of curiosity, Fawad, out of all the accelerators that are out there, which is the one that that is probably the more has the most of the attention? Because we did a community event on the healthcare accelerator, as you know, in December. I wanted to get an idea. I mean, do you know, is there much information about the accelerators? I know it's a new section on the community, but I believe it is going to become big.
Yeah, I think I think all of them are equally there, but what is really happening now is our if you look at the industry solutions for different vertical markets that we have out there, those are becoming important. So the commerce one that got released last week, manufacturing, and I believe there'll be more coming. But if you are in a specific industry, and I know Raz or Ludwig, you pinged me on, it was the healthcare accelerator. But if you have questions on that, I'm working with somebody internally to make sure that we build a community for that. So definitely, it'll be great to have some events or some learning events or networking events for people who are interested in those two product categories, as I was mentioning.
Thank you so much for that. So I think is there any final messages you would like to give to the community? I know the first step is just sign up, to the community. Is there anything else?
I see a question, I don't know, from one of the attendees. I don't know, before I say my goodbye here. Is Mansoor? Oh, no. There. Okay, somebody was raising
is raising his hand. That's correct.
Okay, let's make him a presenter. Faiz, we're going to make Mansoor, we're going to make you a presenter. And there you go, Mansoor. Please ask your question.
Yeah, hi guys. Thank you for letting me ask the question. On the slide, I could see that you said you're talking of blogs, and you said create your blog. But I've also been reading a lot of Dynamics blogs. I think Dr. Ludwig has a personal blog, so I'm not really sure as to which one is better and what are we gaining with opening a blog here.
So the idea is that our community portal, community.dynamics.com, have the best quality content. And there are two ways you can have your blog content on Dynamics community. One is that if you have an already existing blog, we can syndicate it. So all the content for the blog would show in our community, but there would be a link that says, hey, this blog is authoritatively hosted somewhere else. That's one option, if you already have a blog. The second option is where you say, hey, I don't have even any blog, but I'm very interested in blogging about this interest I have in customer insights or in one of maybe the healthcare accelerator. Can you give me space on your community to host a blog, and then will give you all kinds of permission where you can start doing blogging and creating blog posts and all those. So those are the two options that you have on Dynamics Community, either hosting or you can go and ask for syndication of your blog. If you go here to Info Center, there's a link right here, request a new blog. This is a great starting place for either of those two options that I'm mentioning.
Also to add on that, Mansoor, it's Andre here. I do have my own blog, and that's just because I loved to create an own website. I'm using WordPress in the backend, looking at different technologies and some additions to make it a real nice looking and also attractive blog page. But I think already also a lot of users are also coming from the Dynamics community, seeing the synced details of my blog, and then continue reading on my blog or every other blog. So it would also be a bit of a personal interest. Do you just want to share your information and want to get started? Then it's the community blog is a great start. I just love to create my own and have it synced. And if you have your own blog, then you can also add some other gimmicks on it. Like I do have a photo gallery, not adding that much photos recently, but I would love to do it in that way. And I also just recently started a kind of experiment with an own download section where I share some of my code examples. I did it in the past on GitHub, but I thought, well, probably it makes more sense for me because I'm not that kind of Git specialist, just to share the components on my blog directly. But I would love to see, if you want to also share your knowledge, I would love to see and read your blogs as well.
And to add to that, Andre, I actually did it the other way around. I wanted to create my own blog, so I had my own blog, but then I realized it required a lot of maintenance. And then what I found myself doing was every time I wanted to do a quick blog, I thought, you know what, instead of having to write a very large blog that takes a couple of hours, I want to do smaller blogs. I ended up just writing it directly to my blog on the community forum. And that way I was able to share content very quickly without having to worry about how it looked too much on my personal blog. So I guess there's two sides to it, I guess, and you got to choose what works for you.
Absolutely. Both of you, Andre and Raz, have good points, Mansoor, that you want to consider. I mean, look here, this blog, this is my personal blog. And I maintain it, just like Andre was saying, it's a WordPress site. I enjoy going and tweaking it. I have a lot of plugins. Those were the things Andre was saying. If you want to customize it, you can go get your own WordPress site. But if you didn't want to maintain it, to Raz's point, and you just want a platform there for you, which is managed, it's a managed platform, and all you do is go open up an editor and start writing and click on post, and there you go, your blog post is there, then having your own blog in the community is a better choice. Or if you have your current blog, as I told you, you can syndicate it. Does that make sense? Did he go? You. I think. Oh, he became an attendee again. So okay.
Awesome. No, thank you once again for that. So, are there any final messages or notes?
My final message is thank you. Thank you, Raz. Thank you, Ludwig, Andre, and Sukrit, or all the people. Are all the presenters the organizer for this event, or should I assume that, or no?
Yes, correct.
So Sukrit, Raz, Marco, Ludwig, Kurt, Faisal, Andre.
Faisal.
Thank you. Thank you very much for putting this event. Happy to help out on such events where we can bring everybody together to learn, connect, and share. And I know there is a Business Central event that you all are also organizing in the long run. Would love to get some Microsoft folks from the product team to be joining that too, and see if we can help out. But thank you again, and I think my slide here should just speak to how much we deeply appreciate your engagement and involvement in the community, and please continue to do that.
We really appreciate that, Fawad. Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you for bringing along Goge and April today as well.
No worries. Well, good night, good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world.
Well, on that note, it's good morning to Marco, who's joining us from Australia. He's just literally morning time, sunshine. Marco. Hello, Marco.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, Marco. Yes, we can hear you. And where you're speaking from today?
Is this background too purple? I can change it.
If you share your screen, it's fine.
Okay. So I'm joining you from Brisbane, Australia. It is very early here, 5:54 right now. So very glad to have a chance to talk to you guys.
Thank you, Marco, for joining us at this early time for you.
Okay, shall we start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll turn camera on for questions. I cannot see the chat, so I hope someone will read it to me, or we can turn the mic on at the end of this session. So let's get into it. So we will be talking about single versus multi-instance deployment, and this is for basically global or a big regional implementation, how to determine how many instances you need and where you should put them, where they should live. So let's get into it. So I'll try to make this simple, because my theory is that if something is very complicated, either technology is not ready for it or we are missing something. So let's try to simplify this, although this can get very complicated if you want it, but we will be optimistic this time. So pretty much, first rule about positioning your instance is that whether we want single versus multi-instance. So first principle is that we want to have single instance wherever possible. So this is the better option, but not for all. So this is preferred option as a general statement. And then there is a second rule where we actually have to have multi-instance sometimes, or even some companies benefit from having a couple of instances. Some of them have 10, 15. So we have both type of customers that we worked with single instance across the whole globe or with multi-instance. And I'll go through the reason and how you can determine what works best for you. But let's take this as a guiding principle. Single instance, very simple example. You have business across the globe, so it means like at least a couple of time zones, Asia, EMEA, or Americas, and you want to locate this Dynamics 365 instance in one of the data centers. So this is just one example. And my experience, almost every customer is different. So some of them would be heavy on Asian side, some of them would be heavy on European or American. So that's just a simple example. And let's go through pros of this approach. Of course, centralized data and reporting is a holy grail. We do want to see all of the data when we need it, by a user who needs it, and we want to have the right data for the right user at the right time. So it is a bit of a challenge to consolidate data and to have real-time view if we don't have single instance. So that's a big selling point. Then master data sharing and intercompany. Some companies have pretty much the same business across the whole globe, and then they want to have that single code base and perhaps to share chart of accounts, cost structure, departments and whatnot, customers, vendors maybe even. So that's another reason to have single instance, where single instance can benefit those companies. And then of course easier application lifecycle management. So this is, in theory, very straightforward. You have one instance and you have one code base. So you do one regression testing, etc. So that's pretty compelling as well. But then there are challenges as well for a single instance. And one that is definitely there, that's a network latency and performance. So we'll learn today how to go through this and how to cut through the fog about what is good latency, what is good performance. And then, of course, data residency. This is a big one, and this is actually almost a can of worms. Data needs to reside somewhere based on legislation and compliance. So sometimes really you don't have a choice. You need to have multi-instance, or even you need to put the data where there is no dynamic center yet. So then maybe even on-prem would be a solution. And of course, there is maintenance, schedule, and downtime. If you really run 24/7 business, then it's really hard to find time to run batches or to apply hot fixes, patches, and then all the things that you will need throughout the life cycle, now that we have this single version system. So this is really top of mind. There are many more, but these are the most important ones for pros and challenges of single instance deployment in cloud. So let's go into those that I've mentioned. I mentioned here that network latency and performance is first. So this is affecting everyone, basically. We have published in Doc's site, we as Microsoft, we've published in Doc's site that acceptable latency is 250 to 300 milliseconds. And that's just a guide. I can tell you that you can have 50 milliseconds latency and have forms that are not responsive and have bad performance. And vice versa, if you just run forms with 400 milliseconds, I've actually deployed some data centers around the world. You can really work with even 350 milliseconds. So that's just a guide, but this is a picture that shows that within same region you would be looking at around 50 milliseconds in same hemisphere, especially north. You can find speeds around 200, and then globally it would climb even up above 400 milliseconds, really depending on which country you deploy in and then where your user base is. So we can decide to have that one instance that would have pretty different response time in terms of latency, or we can split it and then maybe remove this 400 millisecond group and put it in a different region. So latency is a big top of mind and definitely something that needs to be evaluated carefully. So how to test latency? I've been deploying global systems for a long time, more than a decade, and I work on quite a few biggest ever. And until now, this was really expensive task. So we made it simple. I'll go into web browser and show you what Microsoft has provided. So this is a ping from your workstation onto the Azure Data Center. So I'll post the link in a presentation so you can see it here. Just a sec. You can see it here. It's azurespeed.com, Azure latency. And this will give you latency from your location. And I've selected here Central US and West Europe. So we're talking Australia to those two centers. You can see average latency. We'll start measuring from the time I pick. I can choose UK West here as well. And you can see another dial coming in. So if I deploy my instance in all these three, basically that's still below 300 milliseconds. But if I go to South Africa, that will change. Okay. So you can see here, maybe in Cape Town, there is 434 milliseconds. So that's something that should be really carefully monitored and see whether that affects your user experience in a way that is not usable. Okay, so back to our presentation. This is a simple way to test latency. Again, this is not holistic approach. I'm not trying to cover all the scenarios, but this is something definitely to take in consideration and see whether you have really bad latencies and what you want to do about it. And then the next one is about data residency. So you know that there are countries that have really strict privacy control, and you might have even legislation or some industry legislation or even contracts where the data needs to reside and what not to leave. So here is a consideration for you. You need to be aware of that. For example, if your personal identifiable information cannot leave EU or Germany, that means that you need to have German data center, and same goes for other countries, China, Russia, etc. But I want to give you another angle here. You need to think about disaster recovery or failover data center as well, because when Dynamics is deployed in this global for global companies in global setup, there'll be always a failover data center. And here is a simple example. Australia has legislation for insurance companies, and that means that data needs to be handled in a certain way and it cannot leave borders, etc. But they actually made an exception to put that data in Singapore, and they would still appreciate that as a good enough way of handling them. And then you need to be aware that if data is replicated from Singapore in Hong Kong, maybe I'm not going to go here in a lot of global politics, but you need to be aware whether Australia will allow that to be in Hong Kong replicated and how it will be controlled. So these are some of the examples, and I can only assume that data privacy would be a bigger and bigger issue across all the countries. So everyone is working on their brushing up their privacy laws. So this is a big consideration, I think, maybe major one to consider before deciding where to put your instances. So can your data leave boundaries? And then, of course, there are some rules where you can negotiate with legislators, and sometimes they really want cloud of certain type with data that will not leave boundaries, but there is no one offering it. So they might be flexible in a way that, let's say, our support team from Redmond can have access to Australian data and still be compliant. So that's something that is something we check and then validate with legislator before deciding for the instance where it will live. And look, this is just a small example of where our data center are, and we have so many regions. So why is that? I think the main reason is definitely privacy. And you want to have data centers in all the kind of centers of the world, but then again, you need to have specific one for Germany, for Switzerland, for UK. I mean, in Americas, you have multiple because we need to have redundancy and we need to have disaster recovery, etc. So you always have at least two in a zone, in Australia as well, in time zone. But then most of these are actually created because of specific legislation and privacy, and that's the reason driving creation of many more. So I think this will continue in the future, definitely. So where can we deploy Dynamics 365 FNO? Again, handy link to official documentation, geographic availability of Dynamics, and I'll go quickly to a report. So we can see a report or full document. Let me open a document as well. So there is PDF showing specific. So it's both on the same link that I've just shown. So dynamicsmicrosoft.com. ENUS, I think this could be any local code. So in Australia, AU would work as well. And then geographic availability, geographic dash availability. So I'll leave this in presentation. This is where you can find, first of all, you can find a PDF that talks about all the Dynamics parts of Dynamics platform and what their localization and data location is. I will not go here in a more detail on that. But there is a report as well. So we can take a look at which part of Dynamics solution can be deployed where. So that's a consideration. First, you need to know if you want to deploy, let's say, operations apps, it will show you the map and say what are the local clouds, global clouds. Again, global clouds for global implementation are definitely first preference. And then sovereign clouds if they are really specific for certain countries' legislation. And again, there is, of course, Europe, there is Asia, and then there is America as part of the global cloud. So if you wonder where the major centers is in Americas, Europe, and Southeast Asia and East Asia. And all these others have their own specific reasons to be created. And I'll show you here, just you can see that not all Dynamics products are created equal and available in all these centers. So finance is actually available pretty much in all of them. But if you go into project operations, which is a bit more new, you can see that it is only a part of subset of that number of centers. And then if you go to human resources, which is something we bundled with F&O on the way that we sell and approach. So this is available again in subset of data centers, and commerce as well would be another set. So you can here definitely find where you can actually deploy your center, your application, F&O apps. Okay, so I'll go back into my presentation. So that's really giving you option where you can deploy, and then you would find the most suitable one or multiple. Then the third consideration is global operating schedule. So this is maintenance. If you run global or even big regional business, you know that there is a time where someone is in afternoon rush and then others are sleeping and others are going to work. Something similar to this event. I'm in Australia. Some of the participants are from Europe and others from elsewhere in the world. So we are across the globe. Same goes with this single instance. When do we run batch? When do we put pressure on resources? When we patch, we need some patch for example, for bug fixes, or we need something for legislation. When that happens, this is a major consideration for you to understand where your support team would live, who would support the system, and the other thing is, can we allocate 5 hours that we need for that regular monthly updates that we will get from Microsoft. So SLA is 5 hours. We usually finish that in between 1 and 3 hours, and you can choose yourself when that will happen. But then you cannot really, if you don't have those 5 hours, maybe you have really truly 24/7 global system, then you might need to split it and then simplify this maintenance in a way that you can patch without risking everyone actually being on a system and affecting many users. So that's a big consideration as well. And I would say here, single instance is really much easier to maintain and would have data in one place. But then these things will kind of build up. So if you have a lot of constraints like this and small windows for maintenance, I suggest that to be considered. Well, and then so these are major things that we want to cover. But again, on top of that, there are some other considerations. So I'll run through them one at a time. And one is security. Maybe you had like a global company running on 5 different systems, and you would have admin in each of these geographies. So they would be securing their own instance, and that worked until now. So there is a change management effect where now admin, if you deploy it in one instance, admin would see all the legal entities and maybe share data. Users would be able to see, let's say, customers of different legal entity. So that's something to consider. There would be one global tenant, and you would have admins allocating licenses and defining what the security model of this instance is. So that's different from multiple admin accounts and distributed control. So as a minimum, you need to consider whether these admins would still be required everywhere if you deploy single, and then how controls would work. So let's say you might even go from multiple Office 365 tenants into one as part of this strategy, and then you need to think about experience for users and where the support team would live and what their skills need to be now that they would be covering broader range of users. Scale is definitely a consideration. So I think this is not first one, but we've seen customers with really amazing size databases, and yeah, there is a reason if you are creating terabytes and petabytes of data to really run that by Microsoft team and decide whether we can support it or not, and whether it can scale out and scale up. So I think it's not really, this is running globally for many companies with high transactions. So it is not top of mind, but like if you are concerned that your database might grow, if you engage with Microsoft before, maybe to check whether SQL can scale that much, you can take that as consideration as well. So again, for really small number of customers, this would be very important. And then iOS servers, we had they need to be able to cover the peak. And think about it. I've seen, let's say, instances where you have people just logging in and start working, and then you go and check how many active users you have, and that goes in thousands around the busiest day of that global working day. So we need to scale this instance, and it is significantly harder to decide what is the scale. We need to scale to cover the peak of that global business. So let's say if we have someone in Europe and then people are logging in US, there will be an overlap. So what is the peak in that overlap? Or maybe when Canada and Asia come online as well, there will be different peaks. So we need to scale our infrastructure to cope for and cater for that maximum load, and then database scale is a consideration as well. Then this one is big one mentioned earlier, data management. So whether we share something between legal entities, good examples would be sharing consolidation or sharing the master data or maintaining single configuration across multiple instances. That would be integration. And we need dual maintenance for this. So let's say legal entity 1 have financials, legal entity 2 has financials. Global CFO will need to see this as a holistic view at some point. So they either need to get that integration in case of multiple instances and then know when they can actually check consolidation with real-time data, or with single instance that becomes much easier, so we can see the whole data estate, and with one single maintenance. Then intercompany touched upon as well, similar thing. Intercompany exists within one instance, and within 2 instances it would need to be integrated, and then we need to bring the data from some companies into either into a single instance, so in a main instance for reporting, or we need to create a reporting framework and integration to be able to share the data between legal entities. So that's integration consideration. This is usually something you want to avoid if you can. And yeah, just to mention, intercompany transactions are supported out of the box for single instance, and they're not for multi-instance. So that's something to consider as well. Now, environment management, I would have to tell you that this is not impossible to do. So we have large companies deploying even up to 10 and 15 instances and still maintain single code base. So you don't need to have different 15 teams to maintain that. But still you would need to do, in single instance, you would need to have one code base, one regression testing, and one deployment. So that's as straightforward as it gets. For others, I would encourage to consider that still one code base is possible. And even if if localization drives some specific things, if you design it, or if you buy it from a partner, if you get like a standard localization, it should be driven by a country. It shouldn't change the whole code base. So that's a big recommendation. but I would stress that. I would stress that a bit later. But we can have one code base in multi-instance. The only thing is, there needs to be strict governance. So you need to know how you maintain that single code base, single configuration across the two, and have really set rules to enable multi-instance to be tested in the same way and not to kind of drift apart, which is always a option in future. So one code base, one regression, one deployment. But again, I would say this is not end of the world. We had much harder time until cloud ERP in maintaining what instance can, how is it deployed, what the infrastructure is. That's all now taken care of. So it's now just about creating a process to update all the code base in a meaningful way and in some set window of time. So it is possible and it's done. Then licensing, you're aware that Dynamics needs at least 20. So if you want to have separate instance, maybe you have majority of your users in, let's call it Australia in my case, and then you have another group of users in, I don't know, Germany, and then this would be a consideration. If either one of these doesn't meet 20 users, you will still need to get 20 users to have that another production deployed. So that's not a problem for users marked as user 1 in this case, or users marked as user 3. But user 2 might be a financial centralized procurement or finance or consolidation, and they might consume 2 licenses in this scenario. So that's something to consider if you have. Usually this is not a major problem, but it is a consideration that some users would need double licensing. Then again, analytics, that's a major one as well. Simplified version, you have one entity store, all legal entities on the left-hand side in one instance, and BYOD or Azure Data Lake soon would be connected to that natively and really straightforward. And if you have 2 separate geographies with instance 1 and 2, then you would need to have a data warehouse on top of all of that to consolidate, or data lake to consolidate the views from both companies, at least for financial reporting. And more and more we see a lot of reporting that can benefit from that global footprint. So that's something to, I mean, if you're running a project organization and then portfolios and programs, that might be something that is equally good to have in one instance. And my experience is that when you have 2 instances in data warehouse, this needs a lot of rigor in order to have real-time data or near real-time data. And that's something that if you don't have data that is timely, or if you don't have data that is accurate, that creates a lot of frustration and business issues. So this needs to be planned properly. Then let's talk about multi-instance cloud deployment. So this is something that has its own benefits as well. So let's kind of tilt that whole story that we've told until now. Pros, deploy closer to user location. That's always a plus. So you want to have your instance closer to users and they will have better experience. So this is something that most of the companies have as a something that is already there in their current state. So when they move onto single instance, you either need to have a change management to explain that benefits of instance might come with a price. Always new solution comes with a new problem. So yeah, we have one instance, but it's not as close. So in this case, we can tap if we have multi-instance into being deployed closer to users and give them better latency and performance. Then again, latency and performance, I said it's just a number. So you need to attach something that is relevant for the company that is deploying to this. So quicker latency with less responsive UI. I don't know, give you an example. We had some ISVs with really cool screens that have 100 information on them, really long really long strings or really long tables on that screen, and everything depends on each other, that will not perform as well as rest of the standard system. So latency will not be a problem there, it will be performance. And if you need to, let's say, whenever you touch one button, it validates other parts of the form, then going through that single entry could take a lot of time because that latency builds up. So I say latency and performance are just a number, whether you have multi or single instance, but you should check that your code is performing as well, not just the core system. If you have ISVs or your own code, you should build it for performance ideally. Then easier to manage maintenance schedule. Let's say we have one instance in New Zealand, based in Australia, another one in Europe. You would have your night time or weekend and longer time periods to maintain this schedule. And of course, if you have single instance, most of the time these updates and patches would be happening on weekends, which put stress on your maintenance team as well, and you need to make their work schedule according to that. So this would be easier if you split it into multiple. Then flexible to handle data residency. Straightforward, if you need to have data in Australia, you cannot move it out, you need the instance in Australia, unless you make an agreement with your legislator, but that's straightforward. So if you need to have it, you need to have it. That's almost a no-brainer. And then rollout management. Look, when you're deploying first instance, it is pretty straightforward. But when you're adding, let's say you start from South Africa, go into Middle East, and then deploy after that US, and then deploy Australia, all of that builds up as well. So you need to think about rollout, when you can actually do the data migration, when is a good time to do cutoff, what kind of testing you are doing. So you will be testing on a production system in a way and touching that system where people are already using and working. I think that's a reason why some of our customers have multiple instances, to have manageable workload and be able to support rollouts and building that one messy system of multiple instances. And then on-premise deployment, if Azure data center is not available in region, this is happening as well. Privacy will keep getting stricter and stricter. One thing is for sure that will just develop more, and Microsoft will pick that up and invest in all these separate regions. But there is a gap between, and depending on region size, there is a gap between when you need to deploy and when the new data center might be scheduled to appear. So I would say that on-prem might be consideration for some of these. Again, challenges. This is flip on its side from flip on its head from a single instance. Application lifecycle management gets more difficult. So you want that one code base everywhere. If you want, if you don't, then you have multiple code bases. So you need to plan for that and make strict rules. And then master data sharing and intercompany would be integration, and then reporting across instance. That would be a challenge as well. So nothing that wasn't done or cannot be done, just it's harder. So that's reason against multi-instance. So now that we've covered basic things, there is more. I mean, I didn't cover commerce, for example. That can be another session fully, but that's just one additional reason. But you still get some questions from customers, and I'll share top of mind for me, and then we can go into Q&A after that. So some customers have multiple Office 365 tenants, and they want to have single Dynamics 365 finance and operation instance. So is this possible, and how does that work, and what the considerations are, etc. Now you can deploy Office 365 as a global tenant, but just I recommend having some empathy for people who made these decisions 3-4 years ago, and they might have deployed multiple Office 365 tenants, or they grew by acquisitions, or they want to remove one of the businesses out of their business and sell it. So then can they work with these multiple tenants? Can they work in single FNO instance? So I'll just put questions here and we'll answer one at a time. So where is the center of the world? This is a favorite one. So where do we put this instance? Then will I be able to move my D365 into different data center? So let's say I try deploying it in, let's say, Amsterdam in Europe West, and it doesn't perform for my users in New Zealand or somewhere in Indonesia. So can I move it to Singapore, let's say? Can I start with data center in one region and move it then elsewhere? And then this is big one, unknown unknowns. And it is a real consideration, but yeah, I think this one needs a lot of attention so that we can make this process manageable, so that we know how to cut through that. So I think this is basic project management skill, but still I see it a lot on implementations that people struggle with. What did I miss? Is there anything else? So let's go first with multiple tenants. Multiple AADs or multiple Office 365 in Dynamics 365 FNO. Let's make it simple again. Dynamics 365 instance is assigned to one tenant only. So that's a first consideration. We cannot assign it to multiple Office 365. And Dynamics is built and tested on single AD and Office 365 tenant. So that's what you can really deploy with confidence. And if you want to combine multiple, you need to go through considerations. Of course, there are some customers that have tried guest users, so you can add users from different tenants as guests into your tenant that is hosting Dynamics 365 FNO. But then there are some certain features that will not work. So I'll call some because I'm not aware of all of them. And this is a moving target as well. Dynamics is being developed, Azure is being developed, Office is being developed. So I think it's moving target, but in a positive way. I do expect this to become reality, that you have multiple tenants and that they can actually have the same experience. But bear in mind that right now, let's say guest users cannot just print out of the box. Or there might be some considerations of, and I've seen partners really building those things, but there could be a list of, I don't know how you run BI, what is that users can and cannot do, let's say printing being one of them. So I think it's hard to get the exhaustive list for now. And as I said, I do expect this to become better and better with Office team bringing collaboration between tenants on their own pace. But right now, bear in mind that we are single instance and one tenant, and if you want to play it safe, and I would recommend that that's a default position. I would say that one FNO instance in one tenant, and that's the supported path. So I would say this would be the default option. So if guest users are something you want to pursue or your customer, then you need to really test all the scenarios and then draw a line when you're happy with adding guest users as users in Dynamics. So let me cover another question. So this is what I got a couple of times. Like, okay, this is really good, and I understand 150 considerations, but where do other people put their instances? Where is that center of the world? I mean, you don't do it like anywhere. So I think this makes sense. You need to make this simple, as I said at the beginning. And there definitely are centers of the world. If you want to check where the most of our global instances are, they're in US Central, let's say, and then in Europe, and then in Singapore. And there is a big drive towards making that infrastructure really strong around those global data centers. But yeah, you cannot just give advice to, I would say that this is my experience, you cannot just give advice, hey, you heard what I said, all of these things are really clear, but then someone doesn't know where to start. So I think, yeah, that's a consideration. Just looking at the map, I live in Australia. I worked on projects that spread from South Africa to Australia, and then imagine even Argentina or Chile. South Hemisphere is not equally covered by internet as the North Hemisphere. So that's given. And this is changing, and I'm not trying to impress you with all these numbers, but Microsoft has built this dark fiber backbone of between all these centers, and this is ongoing, and it will be more and more, and better redundancy and better ping times between centers. They already are. 10 years ago, I was in Singapore implementing global implementation. Yeah, this was almost even non-brainer. We couldn't do it in one instance. So now you can actually do it, and it's being done. And this will grow and be stronger and stronger in years to come. But yeah, bear in mind that maybe your cable from South Africa and Australia need both to go through some Northern Hemisphere nodes. And yeah, that might be better option. I even showed on ping test from Australia to South Africa that was above 400 milliseconds, and to Europe would be 200. So it's closer, but yeah, you need to take in consideration more things than just what is closer. And I would here remember something that I learned in uni. When you decide where you want to put your instance, I had operational research and similar tasks, like where to put supermarket, and we were calculating where to position it between certain buildings. I think here is the same. You need to take in consideration how many users you have in South Africa, how many in Australia, how many in India, how many in Japan. So even if you have bad ping from Japan, but you have 3 users there, that's almost like a minor issue. So yeah, infrastructure, ping, but again, I've seen big regional implementations throughout Asia that are based in Australia, because Australia user base is bigger than all others combined. So it's not just what is the best ping. You need to as well take number of users as consideration as well. And yeah, this will be better and better. So looking forward to hearing about cable covering this South Hemisphere better than now as well. So can I move FNO to different DC? So yeah, when people exhaust all the options and they decide, let's implement it in West Europe, there is a contingency that they want to build. Let's say if this doesn't perform and we hit that roadblock, can we move it? Or can we move it later? And very simple answer is yes. And this has happened many times until now, so this is not new. But let's say there were less and less data centers. So this would be something that global companies will need to actually have in their toolkit, in their tool bag, how they would move one legal entity if, let's say, legislation changes, how they would move it out. So again, practice this muscle, but the answer is yes. Simple one, and longer answer, this needs some planning. Because yeah, moving existing data from one instance to another is not automated. It's not just hit of a button. It can be achieved through finance and operation tooling, and then we might need to repoint integrations and whatnot. But this is a process that can be planned and delivered, certainly. So you might have, let's say, strategy to have single instance, let's say in this case, West Europe, and then to say this is not working for whatever reason, I want to have 2 instances, and then drag one into different data center before go live or post go live. So it could be one of the contingencies and part of project plan. And then unknown unknowns. So my advice, and this is based on my, I don't know, 15 years, 14 years of being in this world, you investigate as much as practical. You cannot solve all the questions and answer everything. So that's you need to draw a line at some point. So investigate, seriously do all the things that were mentioned, then keep the project or program delivery as a front and center. I mean, Microsoft is publishing new features every 6 months, and we deliver hundreds and hundreds of goodies every April and October release. But you need to deliver your project or program, and if something is coming, is it on roadmap, you can consider it, but you need to know where is the day or time to make a call, whether to use that brand new thing or whether to revisit at later point. So I think keeping this focus on project and program and not get lost in a roadmap is very important as well. Then allow for contingencies. There'll be something that you've missed, and these unknowns are good examples. So think of when do you make decision, and then what could be failover strategy. And if you're big implementation, or if you have fast track support, it is precious to tap into their experience. They know all these global and local implementations. They can come with great advice. So what I presented here is just like a subset of what they can do, and they're definitely highly skilled in that. So recommend using fast track. And can we make this simple? Let's give it another try. So I would give this as a checklist. Again, you can make it much bigger or much smaller, but I would recommend that you try to make it simple and try to simplify your life, not to get stuck in, oh, something could go wrong. My users could have bad experience. So put that as in risk register. So I think you should draw a user base on the map and say, I have 3,000 users in South Africa. I have 300 in US. I have 50 in Germany. And then pick data center candidates and say these data centers make more sense than others. Test your latencies from all locations into all centers that you want to consider. And then check your data residency. Check if you have any compliance concerns or you need to deploy in certain region. Maybe Europe is giving you those concerns, but maybe you deploy in Europe. So that would be a good enough solution. So you don't need to split it. Then plan for maintenance window 5 hours to have with, let's say, every month. That's a big thing to know when this window is, and plan for support teams that will support that single or multi-instance and how that would work. And again, plan for risk and contingencies. So there is a set of unknowns, so you need to have a plan. And then choose single or multi and DC locations. So this is final decision, how you want to deploy. And then again, you can change this in future, but it is a big task to do this as right as you can by making sure that you've covered all the grounds. And now that the last one, look forward to new gold nuggets that future will bring, because all these things are now being developed at an amazing pace, and we see that things that were not possible 3 years ago are possible now. So if something is not possible, don't be disheartened, but look forward for that being actually possible and being part of normal implementation procedure in maybe a couple of years. So that's my message to conclude this. So my name is Marko Malkovic. I'm technical specialist for business applications based in Brisbane, Australia. QR code to my LinkedIn, get in touch. If you have any questions or you want to know more, let me know. And thank you for listening. So I'll go into Q&A. Let me see if I can get some hint whether there are questions or not.
Hi, Marco. I think there's one question.
Yep.
Hi, yep. There's one question asking Binamisha, who is asking, can you have multiple instances in a single tenant at different regions and use dual right to keep them in sync?
Oh, yeah. Before dual right, yes. And dual right is a tricky one. You can have multiple tenants in one LCS, multiple instances in one LCS, and you can put them in different regions. But you're right, again, based on my best understanding, no, between those. So yeah, you would have completely different instances just belonging to one tenant. So I've seen that being deployed. So you're right in one instance and you're right in another instance, yes, but not you're right between the two.
Any other questions? Let's take a look if there's any other questions. I know it's a very advanced topic.
So thank you very much. If there are no other questions, maybe you think of some later, so you have my details here. And thank you for organizing this to everyone involved. I think the audience that we had in sessions were actually really great, so thanks.
Thank you, Marco. There is one final question, which is how do you keep them in sync? That's the final question. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can stay, no issues if you get more, so don't worry about that. So how do you keep them in sync? Yeah, I had a slide for that. So let me check whether I can find that quickly. So maybe this would be the best way to keep them in sync. Let me check if I can find it here quickly. Yeah. So this would be some sort of proposed architecture. So you can have main and then release instances, and then you can do the automated testing, build, and have a main deployment and release deployment, and then release that into multiple LCSs. So your DevOps would live in a single code base, and you would then just distribute it across multiple instances. And this needs to be covered by a strict rigor. So you can automate a lot of this. So automated build and test, automated deployment for other instances. But this is not something that is just turnkey solution. It needs to make sure that you actually have one code base, what is the master, and how you test it and how you deploy it. Because if they drift apart for whatever reason, you need to bring them to the baseline again. So it is a strict process that you can follow, and it is something that we have tools in DevOps, and we can have these dev boxes and build boxes connected into multiple instances and deploy it. But yeah, it's a technical team consideration. I just want to say it is doable and it is being done. So we have quite a few of customers doing this and keeping one code base across multiple, some of them even 15 instances in sync. But yeah, it is a process to follow internally.
Hi, Marco. There's a bit of clarification on that question. So Namisha is asking in relation to the data. So if we have data across geographies and data centers, how do we keep the data in sync? Sorry.
That would be integration, I think, more than anything. So if you have, let's say, master data, let's say chart of accounts, the same in both instances, you would need to have a process of changing and then changing both or refreshing one after one changes. So master and type of slave architecture. So who is the master of that data and who is actually just inheriting it? So that's again offline process, or you can automate it. I mean, we have Power Automate, we have multi-caps, so you can make a rules that will automate changes like that. But again, it's not something that you can just turn GUI on and say keep these two in sync. Yet, I would say everything we cannot do is basically we cannot do it yet. If it makes sense, I would expect it to come. But right now, it's integration and manual kind of effort to keep everything in sync.
Thank you for clarifying that, Marco. That really does help and explains it very, very well. So thank you so much. So I think that's it, Marco. I think that's the last question, and I really appreciate you joining us from Australia, and really your insight as a technical partner architect, I think has been valuable to the partners who are online today. So thank you so much, and everybody, you know how to connect with Marco. All the partners out there, feel free to connect with Marco, and thank you, Marco, for taking your time out today.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day.
Take care, Marco. Have a good day. Good day, as they say in Australia. Good day. And on that note of good day, I see a beautiful good day to Yogesh. Hello there, Yogesh.
Hi.
So, Yogesh, the reason why I say good day is because it's a very good day for you, because what time is it for you? Well, anyway, it's very, the time is crazy, but you're here, you're online. And I think everyone on the line is waited for your session. So I think we should not make you wait any longer. So without further ado, please feel free to share your screen.
Absolutely. Thank you. I have my colleague Rahul, and we both will be co-presenting. Wow, still so many, such a good energy at for the last session of the day.
It is. You've got a lot of people considering it's the last session. I think they've waited for you. Yeah.
That is awesome. Okay. Rahul, are you on? Are you able to share your screen? Awesome.
Let's take a look. Maybe we need to make Rahul a presenter. Let's take a look. 1 second.
Yep.
He is already a presenter.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I think we're good.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. Today, our topic is to go through data management in Dynamics 365. This is one of the most important area to make the project successful. Myself and my colleague Rahul will be taking you through this, and just a little bit about myself. I'm one of the principals at Real Dynamics, and I'm also lead for F&O practice at Real Dynamics. I am one of those very few people who were recognized as fast-track recognized architect by Microsoft R&D Group in 2019 and 2020. We have published few books on Microsoft Dynamics along with Rahul as co-author and a few other team members, and really happy to be connected with the community through Power Community platform. Thank you again. And this is my contact information, just in case. You can reach me on social media or email and our website. With that, I'll hand it over to Rahul. Thanks,
Rahul, you're on mute.
Yep.
Oh, hi, greetings everybody. Sorry, took some time to get myself unmuted. So I'm Rahul, one of the partners in Real Dynamics, also Microsoft certified trainer, and along with Yogesh and our team who are experts in finance and operations and other Dynamics products now, we are keen to share our knowledge in this session.
Thanks, Rahul. Okay, so agenda for today's session. So we'll be going through a few tips and tricks for high volume data conversion scenarios. So usually on projects where we have to deal with multi companies and then also very high volumes, and there is also very aggressive schedule to cut over, meaning there is less time required, or there is always a need to improve the time taken to do data conversion because of the business continuity and reasons for also making sure we can bring the system up sooner and give more time for validation. So we'll be going through some of the tips in Dynamics application, how we can achieve those. We'll also look at some of the options for incremental data conversion strategy. This is something we need to start planning from day one, not something like a couple of weeks before the going live. We'll talk about a few ways we can be utilizing batch framework to the divide and conquer approach, and have demo of these, and of course we'll have some Q&A time as well. Feel free to add your questions in the chat, and I will try to answer them along the session or towards end in Q&A. With that, let's take a look at some of the high volume tips. So very first one, which starts with the planning right from the, even in the planning stage for the sandbox environments. Data conversion, you end up doing it multiple times during the course of the project just to make sure you're able to get it tuned and make the progress on either extract or fix the issues on the import. And all of that is very important to be done in a dedicated environment, because you might have to do it over and over again without having to interrupt the rest of the team who is working on the testing or some other cycles. We need to have sandbox environment that is right size for doing this, meaning you can go for tier 1 environment, but you won't get the exact counts, or it may not even be able to convert the data you need to do, considering the volume you might have. So we need to look at procuring the sandbox, and the reason it needs to be done early on from planning standpoint is there is dollar impact. We need to make sure we have considered in the budget early on if we were to have, say, tier 4, tier 5 environment, if you need to have one. The next one on the list is change tracking. This is very obvious, but something that we have to consider, because data conversion team and reporting team are kind of working in the same environment. They may have things that are there for reporting side to push the data into BYOD, and change tracking is enabled. We need to make sure those things are disabled while you're converting the data, because these things are good for incremental push into BYOD, but they come at expense on every insert. So we need to make sure we are not adding that expense while doing the data conversion. Bulk import using set-based entities. This is very similar to having bulk import in SQL, which runs a lot faster, and there are ways to do it on specific entities in Dynamics. So we'll be looking at it in the demo. Composite entities, we need to avoid those for complex data sources or data import process. They're great when it's time to extract the data, but not really from performance standpoint for importing the data. In some of the projects we have come across, our volume was very high, and there was just not enough time to get that data converted during that short window. We were able to pre-validate the data outside the system, and we were able to turn off the X++ validations. That was definitely done very carefully, because we ran all those validations upfront when we got the extract. So it reduced amount of time we had to spend going through X++ business logic in data conversion process. We were able to use data, some of the tools in Dynamics during the testing process, and even in the after going live, just like consistency check, running consistency checks to make sure referential integrity and things are taken care. And we were able to identify those validations upfront during for testing purposes, and improved amount of time it was taken to import the data. Again, this is something which is required for things that are on critical path. We'll talk about those in next slide. Using bundling and batch architecture, this allows us to bundle the imports into smaller tasks and create multiple tasks that can run in parallel and really utilize the power of our batch servers. We should try to run the imports in 2 stages. One, to get into staging, get the data into staging, and then run it from staging to target. That allows us to improve the time taken overall. There is some background noise, I guess. You can mute your line. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Utilizing data templates and data packages for configuration. So this is really key when you have multiple legal entities involved, and also very useful when you have multiple phases going live. So for example, you have first phase going live, and at that time you're going to procure your production environment, and you may have opportunity to convert the data and or move the configurations to production using SQL, like just push the backup of database into production. But for next phases, you really need to have data packages and templates for configurations, because you won't be able to override the production database. Hopefully you won't have to ever do that. That means you're starting from scratch again. So for those approaches, we need to have data packages and data templates for configuration data. Update statistics across tables for using the LCS tool. So usually once you convert certain data points, it's good to run the update statistics for those areas. For example, once you run the customers import or product import, it's good to run the update statistics and have it on your plan to do it before you start importing, say, sales orders or on-hand inventory data. It will be a lot faster if you have update statistics run before importing those. Lighter file types. This is something very helpful when you're importing the data, say large volume of data. So if you have CSV files, those are going to go a lot faster than Excel. It is very significant difference when you're looking at high volume records. And number sequences, this is something which does take time, and you can try to pre-number, say for example, customers, you can pre-assign the numbers, or vendors, you pre-assign the numbers, and it will reduce time taken to assign the number during the data conversion. It also, of course, you definitely don't want to have any number sequence that has a continuous number sequence, because it has a lot more overhead than a regular number sequence. And then last one, but it's really important one, to how you approach the data conversion. So from scoping perspective, you need to try and reduce the historical data that gets converted. So for example, if you are converting, if you have requirements that say you need sales history for some certain number of years or months, so that you are able to process the returns. There are different ways to do that. You don't really need to migrate the data into Dynamics 365 live environment. You can use the Azure Data Lake, R tools from BI standpoint, or an example of like having sales history for running the returns. We have been able to utilize tools like Power Apps to allow users to use Power App to connect to Azure SQL and insert the returns when they have to create the return orders. So there are ways you can smartly avoid migrating the data, historical data, because this is really important from a scoping aspect and data conversion aspect. With that, we'll talk about some of the tips on the incremental side. Incremental data conversion is really important from planning perspective. If you have need for doing the data conversion in incremental fashion, you need to start planning early. It's not like something we can decide a couple of weeks before going live. This has impact on how you extract the data from the source system, because our source system should be able to extract the data in incremental fashion. For example, products can be converted 2 weeks before going live, but you should be able to extract all the products that have changed or have been created new in those last 2 weeks window, so that you can convert those in incremental fashion. Also, from import standpoint, you need to be able to handle those and have that exercise during your target cutover, like pre-migration and multiple runs you are going to have. It will give you better times, how much time it's going to take on critical path for running the incremental. Again, pre-validation and transformation, doing it upfront, is going to help you from data conversion in this incremental fashion as well. Defining the dependency chart and also clearly identifying your critical path is very important for identifying the incremental strategy, because you really have to go after things that are falling on the critical path and taking longer time on critical path for incremental strategy. For example, if you have a high volume of products, and products are the one which are taking highest amount of time, or say products have pricing is the one which takes time, but it has dependency on pricing, products to be there. So those are the candidates then you need to look at from removing from critical path and putting them on the incremental strategy. That way you can convert the products, the pricing upfront, and just bring the delta during the cutover window, which will help reduce your critical path time. Primary keys, this is also something unique that is different on the entities. It's something we need to be aware of how they are shown, and we'll cover those in our demo. As part of this, again, incremental path, you can have updates and inserts. So we have to be careful on the validations for these duplicates before loading. So we need to make sure these upserts are handled, inserts and updates are handled appropriately. We should have smaller projects for atomic data projects that are going to be for specific use, and they're going to help in the incremental strategy as well. Okay. Similar to aligning the data entities, we need to also make sure our execution log, staging records has been kept track of from your update tracker perspective, because those have to be dealt with. Say, for example, converts, say customers which you couldn't convert because of certain reasons, and they're going to have dependency on the rest of the, say, sales order or OpenAR migration. You need to make sure you are dealing with those errors, running the incremental for them before you can deal with the other dependencies. And that's really about the error records and dealing the error records in that incremental fashion as well, so that you can make sure those are taken care so that you don't have any issues with the downstream impacts. With this, we have next slide on the for divide and conquer. I'll hand it over to Rahul here, and we'll be doing the demo as well once we're done with this slide. This is the last slide before we get into the demo. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Yogesh. I think all data migration seems to be like an iceberg for the outside team or the outside world. So be careful in terms of the underlying challenges. Yogesh rightly pointed out several tips, especially critical path is very important. Managing the incremental strategy that helps to be on time and sometimes before also. Now, in a lot of the data migration projects, you will probably see heavier or high volume data sets. Now, what is important is it could be very simple in information that needs to be migrated or imported, but selecting the right set of entities is super important. While Microsoft has given a lot of entities out of box, some are meant for ease of access, some are meant for quickly getting information across multiple tables underlying, while some are meant for performance. So knowing if you have a large volume, understanding the breakdown is very important. That's what is the divide and conquer here. So one of the key things that we want to call out is a data migration team, whether it's a single person or a combination, multiple team members, should have within the team technical skills. Having coding skills is great. If not, not a worry. But having a technical bent of mind is definitely needed along with the business and functional side. This helps in troubleshooting. This helps in kind of being on top of issues when you're dealing with volumes of data. And when we are saying it could be few 100,000 to few million records that we might have to migrate, this is becoming very much like a need there. Now, the other aspect is using the right set of entities. It is said, right, the simpler it is, the better it is. So we always will suggest try and use entities which you can use it from a volume perspective. So if you're loading simple master data like customers, there are a lot of entities that can be used for loading customers. One of the entities and this keeps on updating in every probably platform update or every other platform update. So there is customers V3, which is sufficient enough to get all of the customers loaded. You'll have the customer, right, all the details around the customer, its name, addresses, contacts, and it's easier to use that, right? One single, it's meant to make life easier. But on the other side, to balance it, it's not so ideal in doing for volume. So as Yogesh was saying, we can use batch, we can use bundling for a lot of entities. Some of the entities are not allowed, and these are probably to do with their complex structure underlying. So if a particular entity has a lot of data sources underlying, one, it's definitely going to take time because it's going to take information in all of those underlying tables. And two, it may or may not allow multi-threading. So if it doesn't allow multi-threading, it will essentially be very tough. Even if you have to load a few 100,000 customers, imagine it could take more than 12 hours or a day to do that. And then, the troubleshooting part again. So the whole package becomes very lengthy. So instead, what we suggest and what we utilize for high volumes are the breakdown entities of the larger one. So instead of using customers V3, you can break it down and use two things, which are customer definitions and then the customer detail. So what it does is you're taking out the complexity. Customer definition will just get the customer created, right? Though it is like creating the party record and all those things, but that will still be lighter. It can be done in multi-threading. This is the key here. So imagine if you have to load 100,000 customers, now instead of 12 hours, you're almost reducing by 5x time. The same additional information about the customers, then once the customer record is there, all you need is the customer ID or the party number, and then we can go ahead and use the customer detail entity, which is going to help us get all other information about the customers, right from all its terms and contacts and addresses, and that will is also supported for multi-threading. So similar to like customers, there are like products. If you notice, release product is great if the volume of information is lower, but if it is high, then this entity is definitely going to take time. It has 40 odd data sources underlying. So instead, you can use 3 other entities which are using the product separately, using the release product separately, and using the default order settings. So what is going to happen is it will need some amount of balancing and sequencing to be done, because you can do it all in the one atomic data project, as Yogesh was mentioning earlier. However, it will not be one run, it will be multiple. Now, this also helps in kind of ensuring that your core data is up there. So in this case, products will always be available. You can sequence it at number one, and you can multi-thread it also. So with that, what we'll do is we'll look into one of the entity. We'll see some of the tips that we kind of covered, our best practices indirectly in demo. I'll try and share one more time. I think I'll have to share my whole desktop here. All right, so we'll go to our, for a data migration person, it's data management is the key place to be going. So we'll start with looking at data management. Now, you might be wondering, where do you define whether we can have an entity for multi-threading or not? So that's the first thing you'll typically look into the framework parameters. If it's a fresh environment, we always recommend you do a refresh. If it's any new deployments that has happened, you should also refresh. That takes care of all the enhancements and also the config key updates. For modifications to existing entities, you will certainly need to, certain times, you may have to rebuild the target mapping also, which will show it as well. So here there is a place which is called as configure entity execution parameters. So this is helpful for defining which entities and their import or record threshold and how many threads we should use. Now, Yogesh mentioned that we have to rightly size our data migration environment, right? So that we can give expected results when we do it on the production side. This will essentially help us knowing what's typically a size of the environment and how many tasks that we can utilize. Now, this list typically in a live production environment or an actual customer will be much larger. This being a demo, we're just using few entities here to drive home the example. So if you take, this is the list, you can keep on adding here. This gives the list of all the entities. And certainly if you try to add heavier entities like customers V3, it will simply not allow. Now, once we do it, we can essentially provide the record threshold, and after that threshold is hit, or if you have volume more than that threshold, the system is start going to utilize the import task count and divide that workload. Now, to use this, it's important that you essentially run all the import in the batch job. So if you run it asynchronously or you run it interactively, then also this is not utilized. So it's important that for volume, you use batch and you use batch bundling, which is essentially the record threshold and the task count. So this is good. Now there are certain entities which could be very simple in nature, and some can be very, very voluminous. And for those cases, we'll suggest where possible use the set base. Now you won't find a lot of entities out of box which are turned on for set base. At certain times, it does need a simpler underlying structure. But think of very simple examples. Let's say you're getting forecast entries or historical forecast in, right? Historical forecast is something that's used for your machine learning and demand and statistical forecasting. So certain of those entities you can turn on, and when you're getting historical sales from the legacy system, which could run into millions of records, it will allow you to get it much faster. And this will then not need to be using the batch bundling because it's completely atomic. So either the entire million records will come or it will not come. That's where the highlight of doing all of the validation, pre-validation before loading is super important. And those essentially help you to drive discussions with the business. A lot of times there are key decisions that are needed on the data front. Sometimes you need it to be done at the planning stage, sometimes during the execution as to some data, what needs to be done based on the pattern you find. This is the modified target mapping I was saying earlier. So when any entity modifications has been done, it's recommended to essentially go to target mapping and regenerate, right? Because if your development team might have done enhancements and they have added few additional fields that needs to be used, it can be essentially quickly used to regenerate the new fields over here. And then there are a few other things that we called out, which has to be used with precaution. That's essentially within the entity structure, you get the ability to turn off validations and turn off or on the business logic. So this is by default turn on for almost all the entities, and turning it off means you take an additional responsibility in terms of running consistency check and doing some sample validation testing also. But this gives the jump in the processing time or saving in the processing time. It will be jump in doing it faster as it's going to skip some of those. So you can do some of those pre-validations outside. Some does still need to happen in Dynamics. And if you need to do that at the field level, you can certainly do it by going to the target fields and doing it. What we'll do is we'll now look at one of the import file. Though we suggest to use CSV, but if it's a smaller file like this, I'll just show an example. So this is a demand forecast entries table, simple enough. It could run into a few hundreds. And for, it's just importing demand forecast for the future dates for certain items or using the demo data. What we have done is for the purpose of troubleshooting, purposefully for one of the warehouses, took the warehouse with the wrong number, right? So we'll see how that incremental processing also works. This is going to be helpful for ensuring that when data sets have issues, you don't really load everything again and do it. How do you manage it incrementally within Dynamics? So here we'll create an import project. We'll just call it special characters in the first thing, that's still there. And I'm going to use the entity called demand forecast entry. This is one of the entities we already have in our entity execution parameters to run multi-thread, and we'll provide the path and we'll essentially go ahead and import it. Now, one of the things which is important is certain times you may have the Excel file carrying the main data, but you can also add additional tabs for references, for decisions. And while you're loading it, during the load time, you can select the worksheet. The other few tips we've mentioned as part of the best practices, do look upon the staging. If you notice any issues like this, it's good time to refresh your entities. The other thing is on the right hand side where you see the staging, be watchful of the primary field. So in this case, any field which has an asterisk towards it, which is the case here, this has the asterisk for the forecast model ID and the forecast start date. It doesn't have an asterisk for the forecast entry number, but in this case, we know if the entry number is duplicated, it's going to fail. It's going to fail the entire import, not just those records. So it will not even get it to staging. So while this is good to look into it, but you have to be watchful a little bit with your FNO knowledge, what essentially could be the primary fields over there. All right, so different options for import. If you directly click at the import, which is top left here, it's going to take it asynchronously, which is most of the time used when there are manageable data sets. If it is very small and very few that you are experimenting, you can certainly do import now, making it run synchronously. And import in batch, this is the one which will essentially utilize the batch and the bundling part that we were showing earlier. Now, how do we do it in two parts, right? So when we are saying that, and this is very important for the high volume. So if it is high volume, first ensure the data, the file, the structure, everything is good enough for it to come to staging. So we suggest you use the re-import option. This is where you can essentially suggest to do it in two steps. By default, it will be turned on the execute target step, which is the second part of the import process, and you can turn it off. Then turning it off, essentially you can run the import, and once the import pass is done, then we can essentially put it in batch for taking it to the, okay. Now in case issue comes, how do you go and troubleshoot? So the first thing is we are going to look here, okay, what it is failing. It's probably failing on a duplicate key because we are trying to import. So what we'll do is we will go back. This is at the entire import level. This is very important. This saves ton of time for all of your import to happen. So the primary number, because it's getting repeated, what we'll do is we'll make it auto number here, the forecast entry number, and that will essentially generate the auto numbers for us. So instead of using from the file, we'll now use it from the data project and auto generate it. Again, we'll take it out, run the import again. Now, at times there could be issues with the whole file structure itself. At times it could be with the individual records within that file. So the first instance, it was the error in the entire file taken care of, and that showed that the primary field asterisk may not always be accurate. Taking care of it, you will then be able to see that data. So all of this is now taken to staging. So now we can go to the staging data and be able to take it to the target. So you'll notice that the status here is not started. You can always say copy data to target. Since this is the first iteration, we'll say run for all the records. And again, we get the 3 different choices which are there, running it synchronously, asynchronously, and in batch. Since it's low volume, just 82, it's just going to take one task. But if it is crossing the threshold given in our execution parameters, then it's certainly going to use more number of tasks. I'll run it asynchronously. It's such a low volume for now. Come back. And what we expect is, probably everything should go in, but one warehouse record which was purposefully kept with a wrong value, it should typically be holded back. So when this execution gets over, we'll see upon the log again. We'll try and troubleshoot how we essentially can get a pattern of issues that are there in the data. All right, so it says, okay, we have taken 81 that has been created. There is one definitely still in pending. So let's see the pending. Now imagine if this is not 82, if it's 820,000 records, the challenge becomes much bigger. So in this case, then you will probably need to know what are the records that didn't make through. Because at some point that those needs to be reviewed upon and reprocessed again. So let's use the error filter here. And with that error filter, whether one or multiple records, all will get shown. Now, if you export this list, right, you will not know where exactly that issue is. So exporting the list from the office icon is only going to export the grid. You will not get here the results. So what we suggest is you can probably personalize it and essentially get your message also at the grid level. So what this will do is it will get all of your messages. So all of the error records will have all of their error messages. Then you export it to Excel, and then you can essentially find the pattern from the error. Once essentially your error root cause is known, and let's say you know the solution for fixing it. In this case, let's say we'll import this record for the warehouse, we'll fix it. And then we'll incrementally run only for those error records. Whether you select it, so either within the error set, you can handpick and select few records, or usually you do that for the first record for every pattern identified. And if it has been resolved, then you can run it for all. So again, we'll say copy data. This time not running for all, we'll run it on a criteria. 2 choices, run for all the errors, or you can run by the rows selected. Let's say we'll run for all the errors here. And being a single record, I'll just run it interactively. If it is done, it is completed here, we'll check back the status, and our import part is done. So this way, managing the incremental updates, managing data issues, troubleshooting them, finding the pattern, and helping them getting it resolved. Looking upon the batch bundling, using the execution parameters, multiple threads, we strongly recommend using it, and the lighter entities for high volume information also. So with that, I think we cover our demo. We can essentially open the forum for Q&A here.
Hello. Well, thank you again, Yogesh and Rahul. there are a couple of questions. The first one's by Christoph, who's asked, can you provide examples of what might be considered to be high volume data migration scenarios, please?
Yeah, sure. Yep. High volume data migration scenarios, meaning you have a lot of record counts that you want to you have to migrate. So for example, we have worked with customers who needed like almost like 400,000-500,000 products to be converted, and so on. It really depends on specific area, how many specific records you have to convert. So if you have across the board like similar sizes, like few thousand products, few thousand customers, and so on, you may be okay. But if the minute you start getting into more than hundreds of thousands records, then you need to really look at. And in general, yeah, for any, even with the smaller volume, it's always good to optimize the entities that are taking longest time and reduce your data conversion time. That will help you by giving you more time back for doing the validations, or also you can be doing multiple rounds. So if your data conversion takes less time, you have ability to run those multiple times to keep validating your fixes and also verify the conversions multiple times.
And Yogesh, when you mentioned that, you reminded me of an example when we did this event in South Africa 2 years ago, and we were speaking to a customer. You might have heard of them. They're called De Beers. They're a diamond mining company, and as you can imagine, the number of products a diamond company has. Every single type of gemstone, different variations of sizes.
Right.
That is the extreme end, right? That's a very edge case, but that's the opposite extreme. So Christoph, that's to put it into context of when we talk about high volume. And I think when Yogesh mentioned about the number of products and then the volume of integration that's required, I think that puts things into context. So thank you, Yogesh. Next question.
To add to it, the project currently I am working on, the products count has been 2.5 million products we have to import during go live, and imagine how much on hand inventory. So that is kind of a high volume transaction. So 5 to 6 million records for on hand inventory. So that is called as high volume transaction scenario.
Thank you, Sukrit. Thanks for that. Next question is Marwa, who's asking, what is the best way to upload bulk historical data from local apps to Dynamics FO to use in its analysis and sales forecast?
I can take that. So I think if the answer is for looking for options in sale forecast, there is an entity that's given that's for loading the historical demand forecast. It needs a particular pattern. You can essentially get your sales information. You have to get like a net of your sales and returns in that structure. And with all the options we mentioned about multi-threading and high volume scenarios, that should be used to upload your sales. And then it is automatically then taken care by your machine learning for coming up with the statistical forecast. We recently did that for a couple of customers, and this was the same approach taken. Again, we had high volume products, high volume historical sales, all taken through this multiple batch bundling process we mentioned.
Thank you for that, Rahul. And Atul is saying he agrees with you. He's going back to one of the slides where you were discussing. He said he agrees. Actually, 800,000 customer load on a tier 2 environment, which is around 75,000 records in one file. It runs for 12 hours for each file, and 800,000 customers takes approximately 10 days.
We share the pain. We went through that path first time, and then we autopiloted and auto-corrected. We were like, this is no way going to happen in the cutover time. That's
fantastic.
the simpler entities. Simple is the way to go.
Thank you, guys. Sukrit, do you have any final comments?
No, I think this is a great event and great session. Thank you, Yogesh, Rahul, and in fact, overall, all sessions are really great. And thanks for all attendees and all the organizers for staying late and organizing this great event.
Thank you. And another thing to mention, guys, that people don't realize, but Rahul, his book is something that we're giving away as a prize. So we'll be giving away the prize, which is thanks to Pact Publishing, our event partner. We are giving away the book for implementing FinOps. So again, the event's over the next 2 days. So make sure you dial in tomorrow and the day after with lots more great sessions. So again, thank you to Rahul. Thank you to Yogesh for staying up so late to really show love to the US audience, because even in Europe, we're already putting our pajamas on, right? So you're really showing love to the US community here. So we really appreciate that, that you did, make the time just to show them some love. So really, really appreciate that you did that, guys. Really do. So
honor is ours. Thank you. It's such a nice event. It's great to share knowledge and also gain from others. Amazing to have it.
And what we'll do, that we'll take one final question. And that's it. We're going to wrap up. So it's by Frantisek, who asked, is it possible to show links between data entity fields and form table fields without Visual Studio? E.g., we have some fields in GL parameters, and we would like to know which data entities included this file.
Okay. So, the easiest option is if you go on any form and you go on the form options, you can essentially look the data source there. But that's just for awareness. If on every form you have that export to Excel option, if it's showing you an option for open in Excel, it's usually giving you the option of an entity through which it's going to facilitate the import. So it can be GL parameters, it can be any other form. Use the open in Excel, that label, go in the data entities and check the corresponding entity.
Thank you for that. Awesome. And without further ado, that's it for today, guys.
Yes, sorry to interrupt. We have one person raising his hand. Not sure if he has still a question. I will make him a presenter so he can unmute his mic. And can ask his question.
This will be the last question then, as I know it's very late for everyone. So let's unmute your mic, Sandeep, and then hello, Sandeep.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Rahul and Yogesh. It's fantastic job. I think the last person what the question asked the same question I was having. I'm a newbie in AX. I'm finance and operations side, and I always struggle to find out which entity I need to use to import. For example, just for the item product masters, there were so many entities were showing. But I think Rahul has pointed correctly that if I go to the form and see export and see which entities use, I hope that will be. And I was searching, going through all those documentation, but I didn't found anything. So I think Rahul has pointed correctly. Or if you can put more information on this, Mr. Rahul.
Yeah, I think that the open in Excel is a great way. The other is using the out-of-box data templates which are out there. You can simply load them. And that essentially gives you by different module, by different the areas of business and data, which entities are out there that typically will go with as part of it. Yogesh?
Thank you so much.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Hello, Yogesh.
Yeah, there is a lot of echo going on, but I agree. It just reminded me of my project like a few years ago when we ended up using customers entity, one of the customers entity, which was supposed to be like similar to customer V1 or V2 at that time, but for import, and it took hours and hours to import even a few thousand customers. So utilizing the right entity, going through the data packages, looking at the ones which are out there already is definitely a great start as well.
Okay, Andre, do we have any final comments before we close for today?
You're asking me now. Okay, well, I'm really happy to being part of this community, and really happy to see all those session submissions. It was quite hard to get everyone a place in these 3 days. But actually we managed it. I want to thank especially now Rahul and Yogesh for staying up that late, or not sure if they went to bed and woke up that early again, because it's really midnight in India. Well, thank you guys, and hopefully we can have a great day too tomorrow again.
Yeah.
Thank you all. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.